can you hear me?
Yes.
Are we okay, Mr. Gann?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Mr. Bondima.
Linda,
Right.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, because I can't hear anybody. Oh, okay.
Can you hear us now?
Ma'am.
Commissioner Junior, right now. Now you have a quorum.
All right. Commissioner Bondima, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can, thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Board Chair Linda Chinian. I'd like to invite you all to a public board meeting of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. If you have not done so yet, please mute your phones. Also asking that if you are not a board member or the CEO and her staff, to please turn off your video. At this point, I'm going to do the roll call of the board to identify who is on the call. Board members, please remember to identify yourself before speaking for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bondima,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, okay. Commissioner Griffin, Commissioner McFadden, Commissioner Reed,
Present.
Commissioner Richardson,
Here.
Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
Commissioner Sykes here. And I'm here. I'm counting 5. Is that correct, Mr. Gant?
Yes.
All righty. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
So move, Bondima.
Okay, I also see Commissioner McFadden. So that's
10 minutes of it all changed.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second read.
Thank you. And this is a vote for those commissioners who are in favor of reopening the meeting. Commissioner Bondima,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yeah.
and I'm also in favor. Are any others have joined that I have not called at this point? Right. So this motion carries. We have 6 in favor and 4 absent. I would like to take this time, unfortunately, to recognize the passing of city schools employees and students. We know that they will be remembered fondly by our entire city schools community, and tonight we also send our deepest condolences to their friends and their families. Dolores Mears served in city schools for 33 years, teaching business education at Eastern High School, Lake Clifton Eastern High School. Ms. Mears transitioned on April the 25th, 2021, and she will be missed by her family, friends, and city schools. Dawn Edwards served in city schools for elementary. She left the district and returned in 2011 as a library media specialist at Hazelwood Elementary, Middle, and historic Cherry Hill. Ms. Edwards departed on May 29th, 2021. Evelyn Allen served in city schools for 15 years and 11 months as a food service worker at Harford Heights Elementary. Ms. Allen departed on June 2nd, 2021, and we know that she will also be missed by her friends, family, and city schools. Harold Tilson served in city schools for 19 years and 8 months as a psychologist at Digital Harbor, at Baybrook Elementary, in the Academy of College and Career, the Stadium School, Baltimore Talent Development, Lombard Middle, Vivian T. Thomas, and Southwest High School. Mr. Tilson, unfortunately departed on May 21st, 2021. Regina Jones served in city schools for 34 years and 8 months under the Food Services Department as a specialist in accounting, an assistant 3 in accounting, a food service accountability assistant, and cafeteria manager 2. Ms. Jones departed on June 12, 2021. Yolanda Kimbrough served in city schools for 34 years and 9 months as a food service worker at Green Street Academy, at North Bend Elementary, and Mary E. Rodman Elementary. Ms. Kimbrough departed on June 24, 2021. Sincere Johnson was a senior at Reginald F. Lewis High School. He was the kind of student who made every teacher who taught him become a better teacher. If you've ever had a conversation with Sincere, you know that he had the potential to be great. He also had the ability to drive you absolutely crazy with his antics and make you smile at the same time. That was the Sincere Johnson that we knew at Reginald F. Lewis High School. That was the young man that we watched develop. We're proud to say that Sincere never gave up despite mistakes and setbacks. He kept going, he kept pushing forward. He completed his coursework and earned his high school diploma. He will be forever in our minds and hearts. Brian Bunch Jr. was not just a member of the class of 2023, he was a sophomore with enormous potential. The boy with the great shy smile that loved football and played on the JV team. Now, according to his friends, Brian was a great human, whether he called you friend or foe. He had love for the entirety of his City College family. His teachers from Monarch Academy, Hamilton Elementary Middle, and City College alike agreed that he could be a goofy at the right time and serious at the right time. He was intellectual and smart. He loved and protected his friends and family wholeheartedly. He was outgoing, but still introverted. He was a lovely human being with a kind soul that affected the lives of everyone he encountered. He embodied and will say to all of us, do not be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. Do justly now, love mercy now, walk humbly now. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon. This was a quote from Rabbi Tarfon. Devontae Galloway was a second grader at Commodore John Rogers Elementary when he passed. He came to Commodore in August 2019 as a precious first grader who loved to play, enjoyed food and cooking, loved people, and loved the Black Panther. Throughout his time with us, he made his mark on his classmates and school community. Devontae had an infectious laugh and playful personality that always made his teachers smile. He was kind to his classmates, and in return, he was considered a friend by many. The time he spent at Commodore was too short. In that time, though, Devontae personified one of our 5 promises, that of perseverance. He gave his personal best at all times, even when it tired him out to be at school. For someone so young, he carried his burden with grace and courage. He was loved. Please join with me for a moment of silence for these staff members and students who have passed. Thank you. That's one of the most difficult things I think that we do at our board meetings, but I think it is important that we remember the presence of those folks who were very special to many of us. So thank you. And now, is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So
So moved,
moved.
Richardson.
Is there a second?
Second read.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. And now those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sykes.
Yes.
I'm in favor. Have any other commissioners joined that I didn't call? Right. So no one is opposed or abstained. This motion passes. We have 7 in favor and 3 absent. Is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So moved, Bondima.
Thank you. And a second?
Richardson. Second.
Thank you. And those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I'm in favor. Checking one more time. Okay. No one opposed or abstaining. We have 6 in favor and 3 absent. This motion passes. I'm going to move to the board chair comments, and I'd like to just let folks know that as a public funded entity, it is essential that Baltimore City Public Schools and the Board of School Commissioners provide assurance that the impartiality and independent. I need to ask if folks are not speaking to please put your phones, your devices on mute. Thank you. It's important that the Board of School Commissioners provide assurance that the impartiality and independent judgment of our leaders and employees will be maintained at all times. Because public confidence and trust is eroded when the conduct of public business is subject to even the appearance of improper influence, the board, through its code of ethics, requires itself and designated district employees to disclose their financial affairs and to set minimum standards for all employees for their conduct of school system business. As you can imagine, no code or policy can describe the appropriate ethical behavior for every situation. So it is important that whenever a difficult situation arises, that it is not directly addressed, but that if it arises and it's not addressed by the policy, that the individual can seek counsel. 2017, and he has served as ethics panel chair for the past 2 years. In that time, the ethics panel has issued 54 advisory opinion requests while providing an annual report for the past 2 years of the more than 600 financial submittals from the board, the CEO, and district staff. Reverend Smith has provided exemplary service throughout his tenure, rendering opinions on complex ethical issues while maintaining a perspective of objectivity, thoughtful consideration, and strict adherence to both the spirit and the letter of the ethics policy. And while those decisions were not easy and sometimes not popular, there has never been doubt that the opinions of the ethics panel under Reverend Smith's leadership were rendered in conformity with the ethics policy as interpreted in a spirit of professionalism and integrity. I am very pleased to take this opportunity to publicly thank Reverend Smith for his public service, dedication, and very hard work on behalf of city schools and the board, and for his successful efforts to maintain an environment of public trust and confidence throughout his tenure as the chairman of the ethics panel. We thank him for a difficult job well done and wish him well in his future endeavors. I don't know if Reverend Smith is with us, but if not, again, thank you. Yes, there you are. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chena. I wish to say thank you for the opportunity to serve, and from my understanding, to be the first ordained clergy to serve in this role. It was certainly a pleasure to serve. And I just want to say that with the panel, we've been able to, as you talked about, to roll out some of the training to help explain who the ethics or what the ethics panel is and its role. Of course, to begin the review of the financial disclosures early, as you mentioned, 600 or more financial statements. We also instituted a statement of confidentiality that is signed annually by our ethics panel members to reaffirm our commitment to hold this office well and high. And we've done some other administrative things to move our work along in the ethics panel for the Baltimore City Public School System. Again, I thank you for the privilege to serve, and I wish you all well in your endeavors.
Thank you again, and we wish you well in your future endeavors as well. And now I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the new chair of the ethics panel, Brianna Jarrett, and her new vice chair, Dr. Ashley Turner. Both Ms. Jarrett and Dr. Turner bring unique sets of skills and a common commitment to upholding public confidence in the integrity of our board and the district as a whole. And I don't know if they are with us, but welcome. And I know that we will be seeing and hearing more from them as they move into their roles. I want to acknowledge another person, a very special person. I want to recognize with pleasure the contributions of Student Commissioner Kyrie Sykes on the completion of his term with the board. Thank you. As he prepares for his senior year at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. Kyrie's career at City Schools has been marked by leadership, excellence, and commitment to his community and the cause of education in Baltimore City. He started very early, serving as vice president of the Student Government Association at Hazelwood Elementary Middle School in the 8th grade, and chief of staff for the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City in the 10th grade. In the past year, Kyrie served on the Teaching and Learning Committee and was the Youth Board Forum planning lead, as well as an informed participant in board discussions. And in doing so, he ably performed one of the primary responsibilities of his position, exercising his voice to represent the perspective of our students on the issues that affect their schools and their education. And while Kyrie was steadfast and straightforward in airing our young people's viewpoints, he always did so in a spirit of collaboration, mutual respect, and tolerance for the opinions of others. I know I'm speaking for everyone on the board when I say how much I've enjoyed and benefited Kyrie's contributions to our mission of working for the advancement of our school community and the success of our students. As he works to finish high school and prepare for the next step in his education and future career in education, we offer him our thanks and our best wishes for his continued success, with full confidence that he will continue to achieve excellence in every aspect of his life. You should also be receiving, Kyrie, some gifts from us in the mail very soon, including a proclamation from the city of Baltimore and a new laptop. So we want to thank you and give you the opportunity to speak to us also at your final meeting.
Well, I told myself I was not going to cry. Um, thank you, thank you, thank you. This year has taught me so much about myself. You all have taught me so much about myself and what I'm capable of. You all have also graciously gave me the space to make my mistakes and correct them. And I want to say thank you all. Although this was a very hard decision for me to make, to not run again, and to possibly come back as a second term member. But I knew that it was time for me to prepare to move along, because I know that this is not the only thing that God has in store for me. There's a lot more, and that this was a part of it. And I continue to say, I do not believe that this is my last time serving on this board. I just again want to say thank you all. You all are amazing people. You all do amazing work. And, you know, it might be times where you all feel down and where people feel as though that we can't do the best we can. But I just want everyone to know that this school board and these people that I've had the chance to serve with, you all are amazing. And again, thank you. And I appreciate you all for everything and everything that you all instilled in me.
Well, thank you, Kyrie. And if we were amazing, you helped to make us so, because you are an amazing young man, and we look forward to seeing what you'll do in the future. So take all our claps, hugs, and kisses. And it's quite all right to cry, because I probably will too before the night is over. Thank you. Are there any other commissioners who would like to say some words to or for or about or with Kyrie?
I just want to quickly tell you, Kyrie, how proud I am of you. Um, and I think the decision that you've made to not run, to really focus on your senior year and to focus on college and focus on becoming one of the next secretaries of education, right, for the United States, I think it's admirable. Um, you've been a pleasure to work with. You've made our work better. You've made us better as a board because of your perspective, because of your contributions, because of your dedication. So best wishes to you. It's not like you're going away. To stay in touch with us whenever you need us. You know we're here for you. And best wishes on this incredible senior year at Dunbar. You're going to be amazing. You're going to do amazing. And the world is bracing itself for Kyrie Sykes. Okay? Proud of you, Kyrie.
Can I jump in quickly?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah. So I just wanted to thank Kyrie, and you know, Kyrie is interested in public policy, so he really took the lead to kind of reach out and express an interest in that area. And so he and I went on a school tour because he was interested in meeting a strong principal, because he wanted to explore more what that looks like, and as he's interested in that role, as well as potentially being a superintendent. And so I just am so impressed with Kyrie, how he identifies what he's interested in and he pursues it, and is really thoughtful about that. So I didn't do that when I was your age, and so I have I'm very impressed that you're taking the steps necessary to try to figure out the path that you want to go on and chart your course. So that shows a maturity that not many people have at your age, and I just really appreciated getting to spend that time with you at Walter P. Carter, walking around the school with you. So thank you.
So I wanted to say to Kyrie, I've been very impressed with your leadership. I remember one of our first meetings when Linda and I sat down with you. You remember you walked through this entire list of stuff that you wanted to get done. And I was like, whoa, you're still a student. Remember that. And you're like, Miss Johnette, I just want to get it all done. And I have to say, you got a lot on that list done. And I've been nothing but impressed with you. And even when we've had conversations like, all right, Kyrie, let's refocus. You even did that and you stepped up. And so I'm like Commissioner McFadden said, I cannot wait, right, till I can say, man, I served with that guy when he was in high school. Like, you are going to be that person that all of us are going to hear about in the future. And I wish you well. I know this was a tough decision for you, but even the decision you made shows leadership, right? And so I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. We will definitely stay in touch with you. And I want to see you. I'm gonna come by to school and check you out this year. So congratulations and best wishes for you.
Mr. Chinya, can I say some words?
Please do.
Kyrie, again, it's been a pleasure working with you over the last year. Like I echo Allison in that I had not maybe a fifth of the ambition you did when I was your age. So, you know, to be involved in everything and just, you know, have such a big heart for the students and just a spirit of collaboration. And, you know, you were always like, I want to hear from the most amount of people possible, et cetera. So just that spirit is amazing. Again, like everyone else said, I can't wait to see what you do. I already know, again, you are going to achieve this, you know, the U.S. Secretary of Education dream, the, you know, the Greek dream, all the other stuff we talked about. I already know you're going to do it. And I also echo again, you know, I know you and I talked about this decision, but I do think it was very mature to recognize that, you know, you had to prioritize. And I think that shows maturity. And I'm proud of you for that decision. So again, I look forward to seeing you around at these meetings too. That don't let this be your last meeting. And, you know, seeing your advocacy for, you know, our students in the next year. So thank you, Kyrie, for your service.
Hey, Commissioner Sykes, you know that I love you, okay? The board loves you, but Commissioner Roberts loves you most. And we live 5 minutes apart, okay? So don't make me come walking around the corner to come look and check on you, okay? We are here to support you, and we are here to still love on you, and we are looking for great things from you, okay?
And I see Dr. Santelises has her hand up, so I know you want to say a few things too.
Thank you, Chair Chenya. Kyrie, all I can say is over the last year, which was one of the most difficult years in the history of education, you showed a understanding of nuance that far exceeded your years. You demonstrated leadership of your peers. You led with vulnerability and openness to other ideas, and just an ability to really grasp all of the different considerations we had to make. So I just want you to know, when you need your ground team for when you are getting nominated for Secretary of Education, I am volunteering now, my friend, to lead that campaign. And I'm not going to charge you anything for it. So I am thrilled. And I just want you to know that you really have led the way on so many levels that you should be proud of and that other students can look at and your leadership. So thank you, Kyrie.
Hi,
Commissioner Bondima, go ahead.
Commissioner Sykes. The one thing that I did miss with working with you, I didn't get a lot of work with you, but I did do a lot of observing, had some time to talk to you. And I come to the table with some higher education experiences. And when we have students coming in from high school, from K to 12, the one thing that we look forward to is students who are prepared to move ahead in college. And I want you to know that in the process of you planning, which I'm sure everybody will be working with you, determining where you will travel to in your journey to college, I would love for you to contact me and let me be of some help to you when you decide what you want to do and where you want to go, because I have a lot to offer and you are exactly the student that I would love to work with to make sure your dreams come true. And I will guarantee that whenever you pick up that phone and call Dr. Bondima, I will be there for you, and I will make sure that whatever your dreams and whatever your journey is, I will try my best to connect you with people who will assist you and see that you reach your goals and your dreams. So I'm just so proud of you. I just sit back and watch you in our meetings, and I said this kid is going to be outstanding. So anytime in the future, as you travel up that road, please feel free to give me a ring at any time and and ask for my help. And good luck. Thank you.
Okay.
Chinya, can I say one
Yes.
last thing too? Thank
Sure.
you all. I really appreciate it. As I shed my tears, it's just me. It's actually a whole bunch of tears of joy. And I want to say to Annabelle, you are going to do an amazing job. This is something that you will learn from, something that you can take and use in life. And I just hope that you utilize this in an amazing way. This position is just I'm at loss for words, honestly, right now. I just want to say congratulations to you. I know you're going to do an amazing job, and I will continue to keep an eye on you and watch you. And if you ever need anything, I'm always here to help you.
So thank you. And I will say that Commissioner Sykes has just done my job in terms of transitioning. As we love you out, we want to, with great pleasure, introduce our incoming student commissioner. Annabelle, I have two names. So it's Annabelle Ezra Horowitz. And I know that you are a rising junior at the Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. I had to say the full name. I know most people say Poly, but I want to give you the full name. She is studying, would like to become a therapist and a neuropsychologist. And so on behalf of the board, I want to welcome you, and we look forward to working with you as we work for the children in Baltimore. And I want to offer you some time to say a few words as you join us this evening.
Thank you. My name is Ezra. I am open to all pronouns. I specifically chose to be on the Baltimore Public District as the student representative simply because ethics, especially in cultural rights, encompassing LGBTQ, mental health, ethnic rights, the environment, I simply believe all of that is important, and I hope my future initiatives will entail work that will move forward to help our community, our students, faculty, and treatment amongst all of us. I am Latinx and genderqueer, which is one of the main reasons why I am fighting for LGBTQ and mental health rights. And I hope that that will make a mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra, and thank you for the voice that you will bring to the board. It is an important one, and we welcome you. Finally, I would like to acknowledge and thank the following mental supplies towards the attendance initiative in the Family and Community Engagement Office from AmeriGroup, a gift of $15,000 worth of gift cards to be used as part of the attendance initiative in the Family and Community Engagement Office. This is from Amazon Consumables. A gift of $50,000 worth of educational supplies to the mathematics department from Semper Games. A gift of $930 worth of books and media equipment towards Dr. Nathan A. Pitts Ashburton Elementary Middle School from Epsilon Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. An anonymous donation of $200 to be used for educational supplies at Digital Harbor High School. And another anonymous donation of $2,069.69 worth of improvements to buildings and facilities at Digital Harbor High School. We thank folks for those generous gifts to city schools. And now next on our agenda is the nomination and the election of board chair and vice chair. Is there a nomination for board chair?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Janet Richardson for chair.
Commissioner Richardson, do you accept?
I do.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, McFadden.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner McFadden. Are there any questions or comments or other nominations? Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. Commissioner Bondima?
Gives me great honor to say yes to the new chair of the board for Baltimore City Public Schools, Commissioner Richardson.
Commissioner Horwitz?
I will abstain. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
You get to vote. Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor. Are there any additional commissioners who joined that I did not see? Okay. We have one extension. So this motion passes. We have 6 in favor and 1 abstention. Congratulations and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And now, is there a nomination for board vice chair?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Ronald McFadden for vice chair.
Commissioner McFadden, do you accept?
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Yes, I accept.
Okay. And is there a second?
Yes, Reed.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Reed. Are there any questions, comments, or other nominations? Seeing none, I will take the vote. Commissioner Bondima?
And again, it gives me great honor to say yes to the vote for Commissioner McFadden.
Okay. Commissioner Harwitz, do you wish to abstain from this vote as well? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I understand. Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
An enthusiastic yes.
Okay, and I am in favor. This motion also passes. We have 6 in favor, 1 abstention, and I'm sorry, and 3 absent, and I failed to mention that with the last vote. Thank you, and congratulations to our new board leadership. And before I turn it over, I would just like to, if I may, thank the board for its confidence and privilege of serving for chair for the past 2 years. I am really proud of the accomplishments that we had during some of the most unanticipated and difficult times in the history of city schools, the country, and I would dare to say the entire world. But despite the turmoil and the uncertainty around us, our board continued to support the CEO, the staff, the students, the parents, and the community in ensuring that city schools had safe, continuous learning opportunities and completed and opened multiple 21st century school facilities to support teaching and learning. And so as we move forward with an ambitious and comprehensive plan to reconnect and restore and reimagine education in Baltimore, I am confident that with the election of our new leadership team, that the board will maintain its commitment to each student and each family. And with that, I am so pleased and honored to turn the meeting over to Chair Janet Richardson. Congratulations, Madam Chair, and I wish you much success.
Hey, Madam Chair, may I
Linda,
say
go
something, Madam
ahead,
Chair?
Commissioner Reed. Yes. Yes.
I guess firstly, I mean, I've seen Chair Chinia excited, but the most excited I ever seen her was stepping down today. I mean, she is so excited about this is over. But I guess one thing I can say, Linda, is you did a yeoman's job. It's a thankless job during really tough times. And even though you and I see things differently, but I guess at the end of the day, I really appreciate what you've done and also what you tried to do. It's still a work in progress, but you've moved the boulder a long way. Now it's Jeanette's job to try to push it farther up the hill. But I guess thank you for your service, and it's a pleasure working with you. And I still know I'll see you in Baltimore, making a difference. And I just personally, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Does anyone else want to share words with Commissioner Chinia? Commissioner Chinia? I see Michelle Bondima. I see your hand.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to say that Commissioner Chinia has been, and I need to say right away, it took me a minute to sort of name, but then I did learn that it was sitting beside her in the beginning and working with Commissioner Chair through those years, I think 5 or 6 years. It's been a sure pleasure. And listening to all the things that you've done in your community, in your parish or in your church, and you did a great job. And I just hope that we continue to be friends, and I hope to see you in the future and wish you all the best. And thank you for being there. Thank you for being there for me, and thank you for being there for the Baltimore City Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. Commissioner McFadden?
You've been such an example and a model to all of us, Linda. And it even does something for me to call you Linda, because I was just raised differently, but also just out of respect for who you are and what you've been, not just to the board, but to city schools. We can run your resume right now, and that could probably take several minutes. But we'll save that for another time because we have a lot of business to cover. But I just want you to know that you are such an example of leadership, how to conduct business, how to be fair, how to make sure that all voices and perspectives are heard, and also how to be very assertive and direct when we need to move things along. And we certainly need that in leadership of an organization like this. I just want to say thank you. I'm always going to be calling or a phone call away, just like I told Kyrie. And certainly you're not leaving us immediately. So we have the pleasure of calling you Chair Emeritus until the time comes for you to depart. You're so special, Linda, and I appreciate all that you are and all that you've done for me and the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner or Vice Chair McFadden. Sonia?
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Richardson, and to Chair Emeritus Chinia. There are many an occasion that I have gone home and said to my husband, God knew what he was doing when he made you chair during this unprecedented crisis. Your knowledge has not only benefited me, but the children of Baltimore City. And you are a living history. You are the bridge, frankly, of Black excellence in education in this area. You have your contribution, and it's particularly impactful for me because you are a lifetime educator. And so the blessing of being able to benefit from your knowledge, your contribution, and the excellence that you stand for in the community of Black educators that you are part of and that you continue to advocate for, I just need to name publicly, because you are so aware of the tradition, the richness of the Black education community in the Baltimore area, that you make me proud to count myself as part of that legacy. And you are not getting out of this. You are still going to get calls from me. So don't think that because, as Commissioner Reed said, you are beaming tonight. I just want you to know when the rum is poured at your house, I'm still going to be calling. But I just want to thank you. Really, you have been a blessing to me. You really have.
Can you call me too when the rum is poured? Okay. I saw someone's hand. Is Christian's hand up?
Yeah,
Y'all
that
need
was
to help me.
that's
Okay.
my
Go
hand.
ahead.
Yep. Linda, it's been a real pleasure. Again, I echo everyone in your calmness helps keep us all calm. So we appreciate that. You're very even keeled. And, when the stuff hits the fan, you were the calm person. Let's figure out the plan. Let's see what we're going to, do. I've also blessed us to get to know you better on a personal level, like when we were hanging out in Miami or at MAVE. So, that's the over some rum. So that's the times, I've really enjoyed just getting to know you better. Again, I'm glad you're not leaving us anytime soon. But again, I've also been blessed to have another chair that I work with that has my back. So again, thank you for your service as chair.
Yes, Miami was amazing. Is there anyone else? I don't want to leave anyone out. Okay, I have to say, Linda, from day one, you've been such a role model in terms of leadership, a role model in so many ways. Like, you managed to bring your faith and your love for education and your love for young people, teaching, all like together. You show up in that space. And I've just done nothing over these past 2 years but just learn from you. You can always tell a strong leader because strong leaders don't have to say a lot. They just lead, just being in the space. And that's what I learned the most from you, Linda, is you always will let me, show up in meetings and you're like, Commissioner Richardson, what do you have to say? And you gave me a voice in meetings where in the beginning I would just like sit there and be quiet, and you gave me a voice. And I really, really appreciate that. And it's a leadership lesson that I will take not just in this space, but in my own professional career, because you helped me become stronger. And it has been amazing serving with you, watching you. I've watched you take people who walk in a room on 10 and you take them down to 1 just with a word. And I'm like, who can do that? Like, I'm nervous to do this work because I know, right, that I've got to learn her skill set. And then the Linda stare. I've been telling everybody I am practicing the Linda stare, right? Because you stare into the camera sometimes and it's like, oh, all of us are in detention. And we need to get our acts together. But I've loved working with you over these past 2 years. I've tried to learn everything that I could from you. I'm going to continue to call you when I have questions, and I know you'll be there for me. I'm so happy that you get to continue to serve with us on this board. Like everyone else has said, you've left such a tremendous mark in the city of Baltimore. And so it has been my privilege to serve with you, and thank you for everything that you've taught me.
Can I just say thank you? And Kyrie, I know how you felt about the tears, but it has been a joy. I love you all. And I will have you over for that rum sometime soon. So thank you all.
Nice. All right, we do have a bit of an agenda, so let's keep the party moving. We have a PEP report. Is there a motion to approve the PEP report?
So moved, McFadden.
Is there a second?
Second read.
I'm going to take Reed because that's the name that I heard. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima? I didn't hear you. You're on mute.
Yes. Mhm.
Commissioner Chinya, you're also on mute, but you're nodding yes. Okay.
Sorry, yes. The wrong button.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Brave New World, huh?
Brave New World. Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
I'm also in favor. There are no one opposed. Are there any abstentions? Okay, then the motion passes. Commissioner McFadden, can you help me with the count?
6 in favor, 3 absent.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the PEP addendum report?
So move, McFadden.
Second
Thank you,
read.
Commissioner McFadden. Thank you, Commissioner Reed. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
I am also in favor. I think that makes all of us here present in favor. No opposed. Any abstentions? So the motion passes. Commissioner McFadden, could you help with the count?
Again, it's 6 in favor, 3 absent.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the quasi-judicial matter?
So move, McFadden.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Read, yes. Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I'm also in favor. There's no one present opposed. Any abstentions? Okay, so the motion does pass 6 in favor and 3 absent.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So I will now turn this portion of our meeting over to Dr. Santelises for CEO comments.
Thank you, Chair Richardson. Sorry for that pause, that wait time. I'm going to invite Chief Grant Skinner for this evening's PEP agenda. I will let everyone know that we have, given the time of year, we have a pretty long list tonight. So my blurbs tonight will be combined with Chief Grant Skinner's. So I'm going to ask him to just read the names, and then I will, in my blurbs, if that's permissible, based on the order, actually wrap up where people are within each school and give them time to come on camera. But if it is all right with you, Chief Grant Skinner, would you mind just reading the list? That way we don't have double time, since we have 17 school leaders that we need to read this evening.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Santelises. I will say my list and your list may not be in the exact order, but I believe that we can make it work. So here are this evening's appointees, commissioners. First, Heather Lamb, Director of Adult and Basic Education at Baltimore City Community College, is appointed coordinator for the Judy Center effective August 16th. Matthew Cottle, a secondary teacher at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, is appointed coordinator for Literacy Blueprint effective July 28th. Paris Crocker, Educational Specialist 2 for Specialized Instruction, is appointed Special Education Liaison effective July 28th. Zachary Jaff, Literacy Coach at Augusta Fell Savage Institute of Visual Arts High School, is appointed Coordinator for Literacy Blueprint effective August 2nd. Amelia Weil, Educational Associate for Title I ESOL, is appointed Principal Resident effective July 28th. Corey Haley, Assistant Principal in Prince George's County Public Schools, is appointed Assistant Principal at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, effective August 2nd. Eliza Pfeiffer, elementary teacher at John Rura Elementary Middle School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Galen Laird, special education teacher at Callaway Elementary School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Karen Walker, assistant principal at Glenmount Elementary Middle School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Crystal Cornish, educational associate, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Rashida Phillips, literacy coach, is appointed Assistant Principal for Virtual Learning, effective July 28th. Richard Kennedy, secondary teacher at Morgenthaler Vocational Technical High School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Sarah Webb, elementary teacher at Mary E. Rodman Elementary School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th.
Congratulations, Ms. Webb.
Cedric Smith, secondary teacher, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Siobhan Berkeley, secondary teacher at Westport Academy Elementary Middle School, is appointed Assistant Principal at Mary E. Rodman Elementary School, effective July 28th. Ursula Goddard, secondary teacher at the Reach Partnership School, is appointed Principal Resident, effective July 28th. Chandra Worthy Owens, principal at Dr. Bernard Harris Senior Elementary School, is reassigned educational specialist for discipline, effective August 2nd. Tamara Hansen, principal at Dorothy I. High Elementary School, is reassigned educational specialist 2 for IEP creation and compliance, effective July 28th. Cynthia Brown, assistant principal at Calverton, is reassigned assistant principal at the Stadium School, effective July 1st, was reassigned July 1st. Martia Cooper, principal at Alexander Hamilton Elementary School, is reassigned assistant principal at Liberty Elementary School, effective July 28th. Chanel Marchini Jenkins will be reassigned to principal resident, effective October 1st. Siobhan, sorry, I'll skip that one for now. Okay, now we're at some principals, Dr. Santelices.
Chief, is it easier for you to just read down the list? I don't want to make us have to go back and forth, so you tell me what's easier.
Dr. S, I think I can do this in the order that you have.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Danita Plain, assistant principal at James McHenry Elementary Middle School, is appointed interim principal for James McHenry Elementary Middle School, effective July 28th through June 30th, 2022.
And Ms. Plain has worked in city schools for 16 years. If you want to come on camera, you can now. First as a third grade teacher, then as an educational associate, and most recently as assistant principal at James McHenry. Congratulations, Principal Plain.
Shawnette Williams, assistant principal at Digital Harbor High School, is appointed principal at Reginald F. Lewis High School, effective July 28th.
And Dr. Williams, you may come on screen as well. Dr. Williams is the new principal at Reginald F. Lewis High School. She was most recently assistant principal at Digital Harbor High School, where she served for 8 years. Principal Williams has served as curriculum writer, content lead, mentor teacher, grade level team leader, and national quiz coach, as well as French, Spanish, and English teacher. Congratulations, Dr. Williams.
Venus Jackson, interim principal at Harlem Park Elementary Middle School, is appointed principal at Harlem Park, effective July 28th.
We're thrilled that Venus Jackson will continue as principal at Harlem Park Elementary Middle, where she was the interim principal. Previously, Principal Jackson served as a principal resident in city schools, training to become an administrator through the district's principal preparation program supported by new leaders. Congratulations, Principal Jackson.
On a prior PEP, Nia Berry, managing assistant principal at Fort Worthington Elementary School, was appointed principal of Fort Worthington effective July 1st.
Principal Perry most recently led in the role of managing assistant principal and previously served as assistant principal, ELA instructional coach, and classroom teacher. She began her teaching career at Lakewood Elementary as part of the 2005-2006 mid-year cohort of Baltimore City teacher residency.
Cynthia Wilson Shirley, on a prior PEP, was appointed from interim principal at Gardenville Elementary School to principal at Gardenville Elementary School.
Principal Wilson Shirley began her teaching career as a language arts teacher at Harlem Park Middle School in 1995. Other prior service includes roles as teacher and co-director at Connections and as assistant principal at Dallas F. Nicholas Elementary School and Marie G. Faring Elementary School. Congratulations, Principal Wilson Shirley.
Tiffany Williams, assistant principal at the Elementary Middle Alternative Program, is appointed principal at Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women effective July 28th.
Principal Williams, if you are here, you may come on screen now. Principal Williams most recently served as the school leader at the Elementary Middle Alternative Program. Throughout her 19-year tenure with City Schools, she has been a special educator, IE team associate, special education department lead, assistant principal, and special education liaison. Congratulations, Principal Williams.
Siobhan Newkirk, principal resident at North Bend Elementary Middle School, is appointed interim principal at New Era Academy effective July 28th through June 30th, 2022.
Principal Newkirk, if you're here, you may come on screen as well. For the last year, Principal Newkirk was principal resident at North Bend Elementary Middle School. Previously, she was an assistant principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School and an assistant principal for Carroll County Public Schools and Friends School of Baltimore. Congratulations, Principal Newkirk. And I will just say, as Chief Grant Skinner and I call your name for future folks that we're going to name tonight, please, you don't have to wait for me to give you permission. You can just come on screen. Thank you, Principal Newkirk.
Tiana Lanier, principal resident at Lakeland Elementary Middle School, was appointed principal for our virtual learning program effective July 1st.
Great. Principal Lanier has been a City Schools educator for 10 years as a teacher, educational associate, and principal resident. Her experiences range from leading instructional reform at a small traditional elementary school to leading with an equity-focused lens at a large K-8 school. Congratulations, Principal Lanier.
Charlene Wilby, principal resident at Hazelwood Elementary Middle School, was appointed principal for the virtual learning program effective July 1st.
Again, Dr. Wilby, if you're here. In the last year, Principal Wilby served as principal resident at Hazelwood and site administrator of Student Learning Center, where she led a cohesive team to safely support some of our most vulnerable students to access virtual learning. Previously, Principal Wilby was a principal of a charter school. Congratulations, Dr. Wilby.
Kelly Casagrande, principal resident at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School at Bentlow, was appointed principal for the virtual learning program effective July 1st.
Principal Casagrande is the third new principal for the district's virtual learning program. For the last year, Principal Casagrande was principal resident at Mary Ann Winterling, educational associate, reading specialist, and classroom teacher. Congratulations, Principal Casagrande.
Georgina I, academic content liaison for literacy, was appointed principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School effective July 14th.
Good evening, Principal I. Principal I was most recently has served as a literacy academic content liaison in City Schools. Before that, she was a principal in Baltimore County after first serving for many years in city schools as a teacher, professional development coordinator, and assistant principal. Congratulations, Principal I.
Greta Goodwin, assistant principal at James McHenry Elementary Middle School. It was appointed interim principal at Mary E. Rodman Elementary School effective July 14th through June 30th, 2022.
And Principal Goodwin, if you are here, you can join us. Greta Goodwin has been an educator in city schools for over 20 years. She was most recently assistant principal at James McHenry Elementary Middle School. She was a teacher and department chair for 13.
David Guzman, principal at Mary E. Rodman Elementary School, was reassigned principal at Cherry Hill, the historic Cherry Hill Elementary Middle School.
Principal Guzman is one of city schools' transformational principals. He led Mary E. Rodman Elementary School for the last 4 years. There, he was part of the district's 100% project and achieved 15 to 20% point gains in student proficiency rates in both English language arts and math. Congratulations, Principal Guzman.
Nikia Carter, principal at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School at Bentlow, was reassigned principal on special assignment effective July 1st.
Former Principal Carter, or I guess Principal Carter, is on special assignment as senior principal coach in the Human Capital Office. She is also one of City Schools' transformational principals. Principal Carter served as the principal at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School at Bensalou for more than a decade, after previously serving with former principal Mary Ann Winterling herself.
Gary Argero, assistant principal at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School at Bentlow, was appointed interim principal at Dorothy I. High Elementary School effective July 14th through June 30th, 2022.
Principal Argio served alongside Principal Carter as assistant principal at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School since 2009. Before that, he was a math teacher in city schools for a decade.
Rosalind Cawthon, educational associate at Baltimore School for the Arts, is appointed interim principal at Baltimore School for the Arts effective July 28th through June 30th, 2022.
Principal Cawthon served as the head of the theater department at Baltimore School for the Arts since 2016. After serving as a teacher earlier in her career, Principal Cawthon also developed youth theater programs as the Director of Community Programs and Education at Center Stage.
And finally, Kedra J. Cox Page, assistant principal at Matthew A. Henson Elementary School, was appointed principal at Matthew A. Henson Elementary School effective July 1st.
Principal Kedra Page served as assistant principal there since 2017 at Matthew Henson. Previously, she was assistant principal for 8 years at 2 other city schools, a language arts instructional support teacher, and a classroom teacher. Congratulations to both Principal Page as well as all of our new school leaders and interim school leaders this evening. Thank you, Chief Grant Skinner.
Thank you.
Great. And I will now move to what will be our major focus this evening, and that we are pleased to present our plan for the coming school year and the years to follow, that we have deemed affectionately R3, or Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine. Since spring, our team has been working diligently to develop this comprehensive program to ensure that we overcome the challenges created by the pandemic and provide our students and their families with the support they need to be successful. At the same time, we really do see this as a unique opportunity to re-examine our view of education in the past, to really challenge our assumptions, and to utilize the lessons that we've learned over the past 16 plus months. And as we do that, to envision and implement the framework upon which we will build an equitable, high-quality educational experience that will truly enable our young people to thrive in the 21st century. We must seize this moment to take a hard and honest look at our policies and practices, our rate of speed in dismantling long-standing systemic inequities, and really use it as a catalyst for the next level of change. Throughout this process, we benefited from really unprecedented levels of participation from our families, our community members, our staff, and our students. And we've used these ideas and aspirations that we've identified in this feedback to guide our thinking throughout the process. While in some ways we may have wanted this work to have been done sooner, to have put together a plan without all of the rich feedback that we've been able to receive would have resulted in a far more anemic product and plan. This plan describes our commitment to young people as whole students. Personalized learning at scale through the creation of detailed learning profiles for each and every student, expanded tutoring and social emotional supports that our community and staff have continually viewed as essential for helping our young people move past the challenges of the last 18 months. And the implementation of expanded opportunities in the arts, athletics, advanced academics, those things which our district has been advocating for over the last 4.5 years throughout the Kirwan Commission's work and on through the challenges presented to us by racial unrest and the health challenge of the pandemic. Using the one-time federal funds, we are making a down payment on the promises we identified in city schools as 2019, investing in our future document that provided a plan for what a world-class education would look like for our students. That 2019 plan highlights the academic and enrichment programs and supports to which all students should have access. To the extent possible, we will transition these key investments to Kirwan as Kirwan gradually phases in. We will provide our full written Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine plan on August 6th, but tonight's presentation will give you a clearer idea of the steps we will take to achieve our goal for our children. I am truly grateful to our staff and the entire school community, truly for the months of hard work and collaboration to produce this plan. And I am pleased now to turn it over to the members of the district cabinet, my cabinet, who truly led this work and devoted countless hours to making sure that voices from each corner of our district were heard. Chief John Davis, Chief Tina Hike-Hubbard, Chief Joan Dabrowski, and Chief Teresa Jones for this evening's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, Board of School Commissioners and all the public that is watching. As we get into this, I do want to reiterate a couple of things Dr. Santelises said. I personally am incredibly appreciative and grateful for the unprecedented levels of engagement that we've had for the last 3 or 4 months. But if you really back it up, it goes all the way back to March of 2020. And during that time, our engagement as we've gone through this historic moment has absolutely been unprecedented, as Dr. Santelises said. All of that, though, makes me very hopeful as we discuss this plan tonight, because it is going to continue to be, the engagement is going to continue to be a part of our work, because we're going to have to be nimble in these next few years and change as the conditions change, as we see what works and what doesn't. So even though we're going to discuss the plan and how we're going to roll things out and how we're moving forward, please know this is going to be ongoing for a while. And the voices that we've heard, we're going to need to continue to hear, and we're going to need to continue to change and get better along the way. And I'm quite sure we will. So the overview or the presentation overview is in front of you. We'll have just a little bit of framing. We'll talk about some of the recent voices and engagement that we've had here in the past month or so. We'll get deep into the plan, and then we'll end up with next steps. This is absolutely a historic moment. It's not just historic from the standpoint of the pandemic, but we are going to work really hard to make it historic in coming out of the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic for city school students. It is absolutely critical that we accelerate our learning, but we know it is about the connections that have occurred, frankly, during the pandemic, and then amplifying them even more as we start this new school year. So all of us feel that this is really an opportunity. We've learned a lot in the past year and a half, and we're going to continue to get better, but the responsibility is also there. And that's why the engagement has been at the level that it's been at. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Hyde Hubbard as she begins to talk through some of the stakeholder feedback.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Chief Davis. So I'm just pleased to share, as you've heard Dr. Santelises say and Chief Davis say about our stakeholder feedback. This is an unprecedented time for city schools. We did more stakeholder feedback than we have ever done during this entire school year, but most importantly during the 3R process. So our first phase happened in May, where we actually, we put up our website, we put our strategies up for folks to sort of view, and then we hosted 14 meetings across the city by councilman or district to have people come and engage with us about the plan. We also hosted meetings with faith-based community, business community, philanthropic community, our community-based partners, community schools lead agencies, as well as asking our schools to host meetings with our families and our students and our teachers, and got a fantastic amount of feedback around our strategies. And then in June, we had our second phase of feedback. We again hosted the same 14 meetings, the same partner meetings, as well as the school-based meetings. And I want to shout out our IALDs for really elevating teacher voice in this conversation, as well as our student and family voice. And now we are ready to get ready to roll out our plan. We're going to be sharing our website soon. We'll have our, as Dr. S said, on August 6th, we'll have our final plan that is rolled out and announced. We're also going to continue, just because we're in the third phase of this, we're going to continue in August to let folks understand what the plan is. We're going to ask schools to share during their welcome back meetings with families. We're going to have a town hall in August so folks understand it. It'll be posted on our website. And also all of the feedback we've collected is also on our website for the R3 strategy, the Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine strategy. So at any point in time, if you want to go and look at what our stakeholders have said, you can all go back to that. But I want to assure everybody that we took that feedback in deep consideration in making decisions about how we would move forward as a district and as a broader school community. Next slide, please. So here's an example I just outlined of the calendar of all of the meetings that we hosted during the June phase engagement. And I will just tell everybody, while we had over 1,600 student responses, and I'm so very proud of that. While we could have grown in other areas, this is the first time for us in doing it this set, how we do engagement. We're actually making decisions and being transparent on what we're doing, and also collecting feedback and using it in a meaningful way. I'm now going to turn it over to Chief.
I'd like to do a review of where we've been with the stakeholder engagement efforts that were just described. So this slide gives you an overview of a lot of the surveying activity that has taken place over the last school year. Again, because this whole school year has been an opportunity to engage and to inform the recovery work, we wanted you to have a sense of what that looked like as it relates to the different stakeholder groups that are represented here. I also want to acknowledge that that number at the bottom with the POSIT polls also acknowledges an innovative way that we have been able to expand our reach, particularly when it comes to families. So with this particular POSIT type of text-based messaging technology, we've actually received more than 68,000 touch points over the course of the year, which has been phenomenal. Also, I want to just highlight on the right side, when we take a look at that end of year period, that also overlapped with the intentional efforts around the Reconnect, Restore, and Reimagine outreach efforts. And so what we've done here is we've combined the end of year student and family responses so that you can get a good sense around how expansive those efforts have been. And I also want to acknowledge that with the meetings that took place both in the months of May and in June, it was the first time that we had an engagement opportunity where we had folks taking advantage of a survey real time, but also we complemented that with having the survey available on our website along with additional information so that individuals that could not attend a session would also have access to the information and could participate. So again, while there have been unprecedented levels of engagement, we've also learned a lot through this process. And you'll also hear more about how we're going to continue engaging with our families and other stakeholders as we move into the recovery period. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we have taken to heart in all of the work that we do is the importance of equity. And so one of the things that we wanted to bring forth as we've looked at the data, particularly for the month of June, is what does this mean in terms of the voices that are coming through as it relates to our neighborhood index that we refer to as our community conditions index. So just really briefly, I just want to just, for background, for those of you that are unfamiliar with it, acknowledge that this particular community conditions index was designed to give us a sense of what these socioeconomic indicators that relate to our neighborhoods, what that actually means when it comes to equity of access in our communities. And so the index itself looks at economic disparity, access to resources, and neighborhood stability and safety indicators. And so what we have done as a district is we have since used those index scores to be able to tier our schools, which is why you see those 4 different colors represented there. It's intended to give us a sense of areas where there have been low investments versus those that have had high investments. And so what you'll note first and foremost when you look at the map to the right is that there are bubbles all around this map in all of those various colored areas. And those larger bubbles indicate that there were a larger number of responses related to the specific schools for which we were able to connect the survey response to a school. So the numbers that are actually next to the bubbles are the school numbers, but what you should really take away is that there was a broad level of outreach and representation of voices across the different areas. And in particular, I want to draw your attention to those red areas because those tend to be the areas of low investment where we have greater need. And so our ability to have those voices included in the process have been really important for us. But we also want to acknowledge that when you look at our all respondents, there's a pretty even split there, as you'll see represented by those numbers from 12 up to 19%. But when it comes to those student voices, it was much higher on the higher end in terms of those in those high investment schools. So we do just want to just acknowledge that. Again, that was strictly looking at the survey responses that were during the month of June. So that was the 3,261 total responses, but 1,600 student responses. But that's not the only way student voices come through. So again, we want to remind folks that this has been a holistic approach to engagement, and we've been benefited by voices coming through on all parts of our community as it relates to this work. Next slide, please. And so as it relates to the survey information and some of the key takeaways, I really just want to highlight a few things, particularly for that last round during the month of June. So first and foremost, we had generally very high levels of agreement that the prioritized strategies that were shared in response to the input that we received in May were putting us on the right track. And that was reflected in the individual responses as it relates to the different strategy areas that you're going to hear about this evening, as well as at large. So when you think about how all the pieces of this plan come together and whether or not this conveys a sense of confidence that Baltimore City is on the right track for recovery as it relates to our plans going forward. Furthermore, when it comes to that large number of family EOI survey responses, one of the things that we took to heart is the family voice when it comes to understanding how the school year has gone, and also thinking ahead to what types of resources would our families like to see in place in order to support our students. And so a couple of key takeaways for tonight. One, first and foremost, there were very high levels of favorable agreement about how schools were doing overall. So that overall school satisfaction of 80% indicated that families were either extremely or mostly satisfied with their school in the way that they experienced learning this year. Furthermore, it's really interesting to see that when we look at the data by those families where their students attended school in person versus those that remained virtual all year, we tended to see more favorable responses for those that actually did come back in person. So again, thinking ahead to our plans to bring back the vast majority of our students to in-person learning, our families are indicating that their students tend to do better when they're in those in-person environments. Furthermore, when we think about this question of preparation for next year, knowing that the majority of the last year was virtual, we saw that 77% of our families responded favorably to that question. So again, another indication that we are on the right track as we're thinking about addressing the needs of our students. And in addition to that, we also had a pointed question to really think through like what goes to the top that were already integrated into our thinking about recovery. One of those was around our after school offerings, and the second was around academic tutoring. And you can see the numbers there. So again, these are just some of the key ways that the information has been reflected in the planning. I'll also point out, as Chief Hyde Hubbard mentioned, we do have individual reports regarding the input and the feedback phases of May and June that have been posted to our website. There are views by stakeholder group, there's an all respondent report, and then there's also access to the Panorama dashboard as one of the ways that you can dig more deeply into the family survey results and see what that looks like by school. So again, a great year around stakeholder engagement, and one that we are now excited about factoring into our plans. Next slide, please. So when it comes to how we've used the feedback, once again, it has informed as well as helped to focus our decisions. So as we moved from the input to the feedback phase, we were able to prioritize strategies in response to the input that we received. Furthermore, it is informing investment decisions. So we want to acknowledge that part of our planning work is intentionally braiding together multiple sources of funding for the school system. And so some of those examples of those funding sources do include federal recovery funds, but they also include what we typically receive around our title funded grants, as well as the Concentrations of Poverty grant, which is a part of our Kerwin funding plan. In addition to that, we also recognize that, as Chief Davis mentioned, we're going to have to continue to refine the work and learn as we go. And so it's also given us an opportunity to reflect on how the year has gone, what we have learned since the pandemic, and how that can be factored into improved experiences for families and students. And then last but not least, it's also giving us new ideas and giving us an opportunity to expand our thinking as it relates to reimagining what education can look like going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Davis to start talking us through the plan.
Thanks, Chief Jones. That's exactly right. Let's get right into the plan. Before I start with this slide, I need for everyone to understand that all of the work that Chief Jones and Chief Hyde Hubbard just talked about, all of the engagement really is reflected in how we're thinking about this plan. Further, there have been many teams of school-based personnel and central office leaders that are really behind these scenes with these strategies, with the commitments, with the preconditions, working to make sure they are really going to be implemented in the strongest way possible. And again, taking all of that engagement to heart. The way we have set this up is really in three sections. One is the preconditions, and we'll talk about that just in a second. Those are the areas that we know just have to be. The overarching commitments, you can see those four right there: student voice, family and community engagement, equity, and professional learning. Those are going to be woven throughout the plan, and you'll see them called out in many different ways. But the key strategies is what we'll spend a decent amount of time on today. We'll talk about wellness and school culture and climate, personalized learning. We'll try to do our best in explaining what acceleration really is and how important it is in this upcoming year and the years to come. We always want to think about time. We always want to use our time the right way and be as innovative as possible. And then we know we have to expand our enrichment and academic opportunities so that when students come back into school, they have a reason to be there. Before we get into the preconditions, I do want to mention that the work we've done and what I just talked about on the left-hand side, the strategies, the commitments, and the preconditions are aligned nicely with our board strategic priorities. The strategic priorities from the board range from instruction on number 1 down to priority number 7, which really talks about a welcoming and inclusive academic environment. And when you see those overlap, it's really meant to show the public that there's a lot of alignment in what we do. Right? Many of the board priorities are embedded within our 3R plan, and you can kind of see those on the left-hand side. I just want to call this out because there's a lot of coherence, a lot of alignment that has gone into this plan. And again, we're going to start with the preconditions. There's two of them. The first one is really around health and safety. We have been a leader in the region and probably really a leader in the nation with a lot of our health and safety work. With respect to the testing that we did, with respect to the air quality and the changes that we had to make within our schools. And in the end, so many school-based personnel and so many central office leaders were fundamental in these changes that have occurred over these past 16, 18 months. The amount of, again, I don't know if nimbleness is a word, but I'm going to use it. We've been very nimble in this health and safety area, and we will continue to be, right? We want to think that the pandemic is going away, but sometimes we don't know. And so we're going to continue to prioritize this, and this just has to be. Again, the facility improvements have a lot to do with making sure that we had air scrubbers, making sure that all of the air filtration systems were at top notch so that students and staff were safe within our buildings. I'm going to turn it over to Chief High Hubbard as she talks a little bit about the connectivity and technology support.
Just as Chief Davis shared, there was a tremendous amount of work that went into preparing this school year to have the connectivity and the devices available for our students and staff. Over 55,000 computers were purchased. We purchased 26,000 or awarded hotspots for our students, made contracts with Comcast, et cetera, to make sure that our students and staff had what they needed to be successful. We're going to continue the connectivity and technology support by making sure that we offer home internet access for our families still through those same contracts, making sure that our Wi-Fi access points at schools are strong, right? Providing IT support to our families and staff and students who need it, and really making sure that we can benefit from the virtual learning resources that we have at home. An extraordinary amount of effort has gone into building the district's capacity for IT support and internet. We want to continue that as long on the strategy. Okay, next slide, please. So we're going to get into the overarching commitments, and I'm going to continue on with elevating student voice. So this really is focused on making sure that we honor our students. And I want to say that again, honor our students as our primary customers of the district and make sure that we are elevating their voice in the design and approach to their education. So I want to make sure that everyone understands we are centered in this as a primary commitment moving forward for the 3R work. We want to make sure we're sharing with students the power and decision-making activities and really engage them authentically as leaders. All the glowing remarks about Kyrie Sykes earlier just made me so proud as well. But we have so many other student leaders who are just like Kyrie, who can really be engaged as leaders in our district and help us problem solve and make decisions at the district level. Next slide, please. Examples of how we're going to do this, right? We're going to have students with co-develop or co-creation of their individualized student learning plans, which you'll hear about in a little bit. We want them to provide input across the board, surveys, community sessions. We want to know what students are experiencing and feeling and how we pivot as a district to make sure we're honoring their voice regularly. We're going to invite students to serve on lots of opportunities for them to be engaged. All of our school family community councils will now have student representation. I'm so pleased we were able to do that. We've launched our Youth Ambassador program during the pandemic, right? We're going to relaunch our CEO's Youth Advisory Committee. We have our Equity Advisory Committee, and there we'll have student seats where they can actually help us talk about and design what equity means to them for the district. And then again, we'll have other opportunities for Youth Up Next or Be More Me. Next slide, please. So I want to talk for a minute. I'm going to try to channel my inner Dr. Durant here and talk about equity in our work. So as you saw in the beginning of Chief Davis's outline, all of the work groups who were working on this strategy were asked to make sure that equity was centered in their planning, that they were to think about all the decisions they were making, the choices they were thinking about, how we shared with the stakeholders, that equity was a critical part of the work to ensure that that consideration was being taking place. I want to also highlight that we need to honor the culture and experiences and humanity of our students of color and our students' families and the community broadly, right? To make sure that we are, again, with the youth voice piece, but also making sure that representation is there for all of our students and honoring their humanity. The last piece I want to highlight on this slide is that we are going back to the document, Our Future, a World-Class Education for Baltimore City Students. And that really document talked about what does it mean to adequately educate a student in city schools. And we have made significant progress over time with policy, ADA, et cetera, but this is going to help us understand how these additional resources and time can actually get us closer to having the appropriate resources for our students so that the equity is reflected in all of our work. Next slide, please. And so examples of centering equity, I just want to highlight that our equity team has developed our equity lens questions with cabinet and the district, right? And we want to make sure that any decision we make, any move we make, we are using these equity lens questions to make sure that equity is at the center of the conversation. So things like wanting to know who are the stakeholders? How are we engaging those stakeholders? What is the impact of a decision that we are making? What are the unintended consequences of our decisions? And what are the barriers to our for success, and how do we mitigate those barriers? And so every decision we make, as we move forward, we will use those equity lens questions to make sure we are honoring the families and students that we serve. Next slide, please. So under family and community engagement, we need to make sure that staff and families are in active partnership for the academic success of our students. We need to build trusting relationships with our families, and we need to honor the role that families play in their children's education. We're going to provide opportunities for two-way communication. Again, just like with youth, collect feedback from not only our families, but our community partners and staff as well, and also really work on developing staff capacity with our schools and district office, our comms team, et cetera, to engage with families really successfully. Next slide, please. So what does this look like? Here's a couple examples in the bolded here. Our school family community councils, right? We are going to make them stronger and make sure that they are really active at all of our schools and provide the capacity building support at our school level teams to make sure those are really strong, because those are the governance bodies at our schools, right? We're going to make sure that the school family community plans are apparent at all of our schools so families know where and how to engage with their school communities. We're going to expand our parent cafes, right? Where parents actually, from a wholeness or wellness perspective, can be together in safe, non-threatening spaces to problem solve together about parenting and what it means to be a parent at city schools. And then finally, we're also going to continue our family and community engagement FACE fellowships, where we had 24 school teams this last year who went through an intensive training on how to put together strong school family plans at their schools. And we're going to replicate that moving forward as well. I'm now going to turn it over to Chief Dabrowski to talk about aligning professional learning.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chief High Cupboard. So one of the other really important through lines in this work is our work of supporting our educators. So a key piece for us is professional learning and how we align that and do that work well. We know that being responsive to our educators at this particular moment is so important for our students, for our staff, and we must, at this particular moment, really elevate the voices of our educators, because they know more than any of us the work that is there for us to do as we bring our students back to school. They know the opportunities, they know the complexities, they need to have voice and choice in how we frame our professional learning. So if we go to the next slide, please. How do we do this? What does it mean to align professional learning? We first and foremost have to be prioritized on where we're going to focus our efforts. You will hear further in the plan here about personalized learning, acceleration. That will be a key area of professional learning for our educators. Additionally, we know we have important work to do around foundational literacy skills at the pre-K-5 and even through 6 through 12 as we think about literacy, not just in an English class, but across all content areas. We also know that there are critical courses and workshops that individual educators need that are very unique to their roles, and we need to design those and have those there as part of their offerings. So as we think about how to do this work, we know that the best results for professional learning happen when it's job embedded. We have two ways of doing that. The first is what we call our cycles of professional learning, where educators work together in their buildings, teachers working in teams, being supported by a literacy coach or a math coach, someone who is outside of the classroom and serving as an expert in that area to help teachers learn new material, new ideas for how to try things in their classroom, and are being supported just in time in their schools. And as I mentioned earlier, having those opportunities for courses and workshops as well as part of their school day. And then last but certainly not least, we know that as part of our professional supports for educators, we need to attend to the staff and their wellness. And so we've worked hard in this planning to think about how we want to expand the menu of what we provide in the area of wellness for our staff. Next slide, please. So now we're going to move into the key strategies. I'm going to walk through the 5 key strategies, and then we'll dig in deeper to each one. So the first one, as we've mentioned, wellness, school culture, and climate, personalized learning, acceleration, reimagining how we use time for students, and expanded enrichment and academic opportunities. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Chief Davis, who will walk us through the first strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Dabrowski. Yes, we're going to start with wellness, school culture, and climate. When we did our very first engagement survey around some of the things that were important, school culture and climate came out in such a big way. And we know that our schools have to be inviting places that are welcoming students. We're going to talk a little bit about relationship building and making sure that that is prioritized. But school culture and climate probably comes first. In addition to that, though, we know we have to have a larger focus on mental and emotional health and really having more access to some mental health clinicians in our schools, especially in the schools that have struggled the most during the pandemic. But the wellness isn't just about the students, it's also about each other and about our staff. And so we will continue to work on our Be Well activities that were very successful during the pandemic, during our virtual learning time. When we go deeper into culture and climate, right, anybody who really thinks or really tries to plan around culture and climate in any organization knows that it is quite complex and that there are very many aspects that go into a great culture, a great climate, a great place to be. And that is what we're pushing hard for this next school year, especially after so many months that the majority of our students have not been in school. You can see the 9 areas right here. We are having schools for the past probably 2 months, especially the school leaders, think through these 9 areas and figure out with their school teams what is most important for their school and what are the areas that they really need to amplify and prioritize. But I will tell you the 2 that stand out the most are around a high quality stakeholder experience and nurturing relationships and well-being. I want to start with the relationships for just a minute. There will be a lot of time devoted to making sure that the relationships are strong and that a school can function. And they have to have the relationships with adults and their peers. But it's not just about the students. Anybody who goes into a school should have a great experience, no matter if you're calling on the phone or if you're stopping in. A high quality stakeholder experience speaks to the communication from a school, even the communication from the district office, but those 2 areas will be highlighted for every single school. Again, the other ones will be approached on a school by school level, depending on where we think the needs are and where the school staff thinks the needs are, along with their parents. I want to talk a little bit more about wellness, right? Because we touched on mental health a couple of slides ago. But really what it comes down to is we want to provide more clinicians in the schools that have struggled the most. And struggled the most can mean that the engagement with students has been wanting. It can mean that when we take a look at student outcomes, they are less than at other schools. It can be a lot of different factors, but we want to make sure that looking again, I would say if we go back to Chief Jones's community conditions index that she described, we want to look at a lot of factors and provide additional resources. And in this case, and one of the cases is with our expanded school behavioral health program. Through that program, schools have additional clinicians that come in and work with students. We are going to expand that this year and in coming years. Some schools have just 1 FTE or a half-time FTE, and some schools just have different resources with their organizations. So we're going to take it on a school-by-school basis. We're going to prioritize the schools that need it the most. We also want to work very hard to have quarterly check-ins with secondary students. The secondary students have seen a lot of different opportunities through this pandemic. You hear stories about how they have been able to work and do different and really do different things that they weren't able to do before the pandemic, and their eyes have been open to other opportunities. We got to make sure that we are checking in with all of our secondary students and making sure that they're getting the mentoring, the coaching, and if it comes to the families, the phone calls, and at times, right, going to the houses and having the family support visits. So again, this is about the relationships that have to happen, not just peer to peer, not just adult to peer, but with the family as well. The third area is really along that stakeholder experience that we talked about earlier. Whoever walks into that school has got to feel a level of culture, climate, and belief, and know that the school they're walking into, that they've got confidence in for their child or their children. And lastly, we're going to make sure that there is feedback from the community around specific student and school needs, right? This, again, goes to the engagement. It will also go to the personalization that you're going to see in just a minute. And I say that because Chief Dabrowski talked about the 5 key strategies just a minute ago, but there is a lot of overlap. You cannot have wellness. You cannot have it all under the wholeness umbrella. You cannot have a real strong school culture and climate if you don't have the personalization and if you don't have feedback from the community and the families to go along with it. So again, you will hear some overlap between these strategies, and that is just natural, and it is how they're linked, and we're going to continue to make that link so it flows well for our schools. Let's begin to get into personalized learning, and I think we're going back, to Dr. Dabrowski.
Thank you so much, Davis. So we're going to start with looking at personalized learning in 4 broad areas. And as Chief Davis just mentioned, you'll notice that the last area is acceleration. And so while acceleration is actually its own strategy, these strategies have so much interconnectedness. And I'll work my best to help explain where these pieces are in service of each other. So we're going to look at the student learning plans. We're going to talk about high quality evidence-based tutoring, virtual learning, and as I said, acceleration. So let's go into the next slide and take a closer look at the student learning plans. So we know that our students have experienced a lot over the last 16, 18 months. And so when we bring them back for in-person learning, our first piece, as we've been hearing so much from Chief Davis and others, is to make sure they feel seen and known and welcomed when they come back. And part of our work in this will be building out a learning plan that reflects not just academics. We certainly know we want to understand where students are in those core areas and use our diagnostic assessments to find out how they're doing in reading and in writing and in math. But we also want to see how they're doing emotionally, socially. How are they feeling about coming back to school? Are they excited? Are they nervous? Are they not so happy? How do we check in with them and understand where they're coming back into this space? This is a critical part of our reentry into our next school year. So as we think about these student learning plans, our students are going to be a voice in those plans right along with us. We want to share them with our students. We want to share them with parents and caregivers. And it's not going to just be, here's all the things we learned about you and your student. It's going to be here's how we want to develop a plan for support across all these areas. What will we do academically to support your child? What will we do socially, emotionally, to make sure your child feels welcome and is excited to be back in school? We want to hear from parents what they're experiencing with their students. How we can learn from the parent experience and the teacher experience is really important as we build out these plans, because these plans will be key resources for us as we work to support students over the coming year. I think what's really exciting about this work is we want our students to tell us what their hopes are for the year. What are their goals? What do they want to make sure they're feeling successful about? And where do they want help? Again, we want to model this through a very thoughtful process in that first quarter so that we're able to share these plans with families by the end of that first quarter. Next slide, please. Tutoring. So we've heard a lot about the importance of how we can use smaller group instruction to help students really hone in on those particular areas that they're needing, either in math or in literacy. So as we think about the opportunities for tutoring, we want to make sure we have very clear criteria for what high quality looks like. There's been a lot of work in the field about what those key pieces need to be in terms of the number of students in a group, how often a student experiences tutor, how long the tutoring session lasts. We want to make sure that any tutoring going on in our school schools is aligned with that research. We want to make sure also that as we embrace this accelerated learning, which I'll talk about in a few slides here, that we think about how tutoring supports that model. That's going to be a big shift for us, and we know we need to begin that work. We're excited that we've got some great data and referral processes already in our schools for how we identify who needs tutoring or who needs some great mentoring, and how do we match that. So we want to make sure we're using that and prioritizing the right students, the right grade levels. We definitely know that we want more schools to have tutoring programs. We're thrilled that we've got some state funding coming around a tutoring grant. As we've mentioned, we've got the ESSER dollars as well to allow this expansion, which is really exciting. So as we expand, we want to work closely with our school leaders and our teachers around logistics and operations, because when you schedule tutoring is really important so that it doesn't become disruptive to a student's day. It's got to be at the right time. The worst thing that we can do is have a student miss one of their favorite subjects because they're going to go get tutoring. We need to reframe how tutoring feels for the student, that it's an opportunity to get some small group support. We have great data from some of the work that happened over this previous school year where we heard from students that tutoring was the best part of their day. So we want to make sure we're looking for those attributes of who are our tutors. How do they get kids excited when they come to tutoring? Do they reflect our student population? So these are all the exciting things that we've got planned. On the left side, you'll see there in blue, the foundational literacy skills are going to be a key part of our tutoring priority, as well as some great work that's happening at the middle grades for foundational math skills. And we certainly know that our students who received an NC, so that no credit or the not complete yet, we want to make sure we're providing particular supports, tutoring and mentoring for those students. Additionally, for those students who experience chronic absenteeism. So again, really excited about the tutoring work that's coming out this upcoming school year. All right, next slide, please. So virtual learning. So I think, as we all know, the work that we have done over the last 16 months to harness the power, and we have an opportunity to take what we've learned in virtual learning and hold on to those things that we know have worked well for our students in this space of virtual learning. And that for those students in the program, virtual learning will be their primary mode of instruction. So they'll still have access to their core courses, their core curriculum, get all the things they need to advance in their next grade and earn their credits for graduation. But we're so excited that we're going to be launching this. We're looking to have 2 programs, K through 8, and 1 program 9 through 12. So again, really taking from what this pandemic has brought us in terms of virtual learning and teaching, and how do we actually take this as an opportunity to reimagine how a flexible schedule or an online schedule can work for a student. Next slide, please. All right, so as I mentioned, acceleration is in service of personalized learning for sure. And it's such a big concept that it's also its own strategy. So bear with me as I work through this very sort of big topic of what does it mean to accelerate. When we hear the word, many of us probably instantly think of that means just going really fast. And I want to really help sort of mess that up for all of us, because really and truly what it means in this realm is that we're going to help students move quickly to hit grade level by providing them the supports they need to get there. And so how do you do that? So first and foremost, you have to prioritize what is the most important content for that grade level that they are in. And then we do that by, again, thinking about how to provide the important support for students to get that learning. I'll talk about that more in just a moment. But for now, what I want you to hold on to is, by doing this approach of really committing to say, I believe my student is going to hit those 4th grade learning targets, we are actually moving away from a historical practice of remediating, which means when we see that students don't have certain skills, we go back and we spend weeks and weeks in a remedial cycle of working on skills that are below grade level and the students never catch up to their peers. They fall further behind. It comes with good intention. We think it's the right thing because if they're missing a skill or a set of skills, we think they can't go anywhere forward until they get all of that. So we keep them in this deficit thinking, and we keep them in this place of trying to meet every single skill when in essence, there are just those critical skills they need to forward them forward, to move them forward to that accelerated space of grade level content. So on the next slide, I'm going to try to unpack this a little bit more for us. So as I mentioned, when we think about this work, we have to then name the standard and adjust our curriculum so that the most important skills are being taught. But before we start teaching our units, we got to check in with our kids by doing some pre-testing, some assessing there. See what they're already good at, knowing what they know, checking to see if they have those skills, and then determine if there are some critical gaps, what do we need to do? And that's where this really important, we call it prerequisite, right? So it's what do we have to teach before they can hit that division? So if I'm going to teach long division, I got to make sure they're solid in subtraction. So let's use that math example for just a moment. If a remediation model is in place, we might go back and spend 6 weeks just digging into subtraction. In an accelerated learning model, we're going to hit those really key critical pieces about subtraction, and we're going to frame that for our students. We're going to say to them, hey, we've got to make sure you're ready for next week's unit on division. And I want to make sure you really understand this subtraction to get you ready for next week. So by having that conversation with students, we have reframed the learning experience. We're not putting them into a group where they'll be pulled away while everybody else does division. They're going to be working on subtraction. That is not the way accelerated learning works. Instead, we're very strategic with some small group instruction, with some tutoring to get them ready so that they can be prepared to hit that grade level content. Now, to do this work is a huge shift in our approach. And so we have to make sure our teachers get lots of training and ongoing support. This is a multi-year effort. We are so excited to do this because it's going to show this commitment that we have really high expectations for our kids, and we are shifting away from a remediation or a retention space and really making sure our teachers have the time they need to teach the prerequisite skills before those grade level concepts are there. So again, I know it's a big topic. It's an important one. We're getting national leaders to help us work through this and to train us, train our teachers, train our principals, so we can all work on this together as a learning community. Next slide, please. So the fourth important key strategy, and again, you're going to see where these things connect, because in order to do acceleration, in order to focus on personalization, we need to step back and look at the time and how we use time with students. We need to really think about how we're more adaptive and give schools permission to have flexibility on where can they fit in small groups, where can they make that tutoring happen, where are they going to really make some alignment because they know what students need, because they've got those student learning plans and they know where they've pre-assessed and there's some gaps in a learning. How do we make sure time supports our efforts? So next slide here. So again, we've got a number of strategies here that really connect to this time. First and foremost, how we allocate time, more time for small group, more time for tutoring and interventions, right? We can't keep our class in that whole group all the time. We need to really give more permission for flexible small groups. We need more time for some of our students, and this is where we're so excited about the opportunity to have extended and expanded learning time for students, particularly who have struggled academically. We're going to use the data from this school year around our NC who's gotten no credit or not complete yet, and make sure they're prioritized to receive that extra support and expanded learning, and that will begin in Q2. We're going to use Q1 really to get to know our students and build those plans, but being able to use time more strategically beginning on Q2 is very, very important in this plan. We want secondary journey. We want to think about college visits. We want to think about being able to see those CTE programs in person. Where can they go on field trips to see and learn more about careers? How can we use the virtual space for them to experience and meet and talk with people in our community who have different roles and responsibilities? All of these things are going to help grow some secondary pathways. We know, as we've talked so much about climate and culture and wellness, that advisory periods and community building time have to become part of the school day, and it has to be intentional. And again, as we work together on how we utilize an advisory period at our middle and high schools, and how do we use community building time through morning circles and morning meetings at our elementary to connect with students, to check in to see how they're doing. All of those things require a reimagined understanding of time. A college and career language course is a priority we're looking to launch not next year, but the year after for our grade 9 students. Grade 9, we know, is a critical year if we want our students to be on track for graduation. And we know that the language and literacy demands of secondary school are large and enormously complex. And so we want to make sure for students who are working below grade level coming into the 9th grade, that in addition to their English course, they will have an opportunity for a college and career language course to set them up for success, to make sure they're ready to manage the content literacy they're going to experience, the reading, the writing demands, the executive functioning demands of what it means to be in a high school setting. And then last, but certainly not least, I'm so excited to think about how we're going to reimagine our work of summer learning. This summer, we have learned so much as we have increased our offerings to close to 14,000 students being touched this summer in summer programming. Laura Ohanian and her summer team have done tremendous work with our partners to build terrific opportunities. We want to grow that work. We want to expand so that we have a really robust set of offerings in literacy, in math, and enrichments. We also want to expand and reimagine what does credit earning look like for our high school students. I want to say one thing here. We know that we can recommend literacy and math, but if we look at summer as a time to do that work in engaging, exciting ways, that is a space that we can really, I think, move the needle for our students. And so in some cases, we may say that there's a requirement to attend because we know that this summer loss and the summer lag is something we can do something about, and we have an opportunity right now to do that. All right, next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to turn it back to Chief Davis, who's going to talk about expanded enrichment and academic opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Dabrowski. That's exactly right. The first 4 strategies, ranging from school culture and climate to the different academic areas, right, have to go even to the point of thinking about advanced middle school math, high school dual enrollment, and college level AP classes. I want to be clear, I think these 3 areas are areas that we have already made some improvements on in the last few years. If you take a look at our college level AP courses, they have increased over the last 2 years. And again, it's been a wonderful partnership with our central office leaders and our schools, making sure that those classes are available throughout the district. We've got to continue to expand on that. But not just expand on the academic opportunities, if we could go to the next slide, but also expand on the arts and athletics opportunities as well. And when you get to the arts, right, we had some schools that had half-time arts positions, and we're just going to immediately staff them up to a full-time position, right? They had to make that decision usually because they were a small school and because they had certain budget constraints, but we're pushing all of those schools up to a full-time position. Similarly, we're going to work with our partners, and you may have heard that theme throughout as well. I know I spoke about it in our expanded school behavioral health work when we work with partners to get clinicians into our schools. And similarly, we've got a lot of partner organizations that work in the arts. And we're going to expand the access in the fine arts activities, including music, visual arts, theater, and all of our traditional schools. Along with the arts, right, our athletic programs, we know are another area that are a really strong point for our students and really help to hook them into school. And we're going to increase our student access by making sure that things like clubs and intramurals, clinics are with our community partners, right? I think that that is a strength in Baltimore, is the different partners that are always there to help, and we've got to leverage them and make them one part of a large, large team. In the elementary space, right, it's going to be around some of the skill development. And then in the secondary space, it's going to be a little bit more towards, like you said, intramurals and clubs. But the bottom line is we've got to have more activities that speak to students where they are and get them into school as part of that larger school culture climate and really the wholeness of a child. Those were the 5 key strategies. We're going to make a little bit of a pivot to talk about the grant funds in a second, but I do want to take a minute and remind people of the different district priorities and really how our Reconnect, Reimagine, Restore work falls in line, especially with our blueprint to success. We talked about board strategies earlier, but the blueprints for success, especially literacy, wholeness, and leadership, I hope you've seen that in our 5 strategies. The wholeness speaks so much in school climate and wellness. The literacy is throughout a lot of the academic areas. And really in our leadership work, we will continue to expand our teacher leaders. Many of them were on our work groups, and they're going to be instrumental in how this gets implemented. And again, I want to point out that there's just a lot to build on over the last 3 or 4 years, and we're going to make sure that we do that as we start off this new school year. So we're going to make a little bit of a pivot here because there are grant funds that support this plan. And Chief Jones is going to take over from here.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief Davis. So as we addressed at the beginning of this, our intent around this plan support was to actually braid together multiple federal, state, and local funding sources. And so what we're going to emphasize here this evening is really the various grant-related funding sources and how that will play out, particularly for that first year. So thinking about fiscal year 22. I also want to acknowledge that there are some bodies of work that will be more in a planning phase in this first year. So you'll see that there are some additional investments that are intended for the latter years. And as Chief Davis pointed out, we also want to give ourselves the space to adapt as we learn. So as we go through this, I do want to acknowledge first and foremost that a lot of the investments that you will hear referenced have to do with support for traditional schools. The charter schools actually receive what we refer to as an equitable share, which means that they get their money directly in order to use as it relates to the activities that are allowable depending on the grant source. There are, however, some district-wide efforts for which traditional and charter schools benefit, and for those are reflected in the overall funding that we have noted here. I do want to call attention to 2 particular areas. The first is related to our COVID testing and contact tracing efforts. Again, by virtue of our commitment to health and safety, we wanted to make sure that that was available and implemented well in all of our schools. And then also the supports around summer. So as we plan for summer 2022. In addition to that, as we get into this, we're going to take it step by step. I won't cover every single line item, but I will try to give you a good sense around how the strategies you just heard about will play out with specific activities. Next slide, please. So let's first talk about the preconditions areas. So first and foremost, when it comes to health and safety, I've already called out there's a significant investment to the tune of 36 million plus in the area of COVID testing and contact tracing. Again, this is continuing to leverage the best practices that we've experienced since the pandemic began and to continue to adapt as conditions permit adjustments. Also, you'll still see investments in our buildings as it relates to the air quality, their HVAC upgrades and repairs, et cetera. And of course, PPE as it is needed. We also have additional investments in the area of transportation, as well as support for cleaning activities that need to happen to be able to maintain health and safety in all of our buildings. In addition to that, when we think about connectivity and technology support, we're continuing to make investments to get us to more of a one-to-one device ratio when it comes to students and to ensure that our staff have access to the devices that they need, as well as that they have the infrastructure support around connectivity. So you'll see somewhere in the tune of $28 million to address those 2 areas. Furthermore, we also acknowledge that by virtue of being able to support more and different varieties of learning that are dependent on technology, you'll also see investments in terms of online licenses and platforms. And then, of course, there's infrastructure support in order to make sure that all of these things are working well and that we can support students, staff, and families when it comes to the use of technology. Next slide, please. As it relates to our overarching commitments, as those have been described, we're just going to highlight a few key areas here. So again, when we think about connections with our families and how we continue our commitment around stakeholder engagement, you will see investments related to overall family engagement programming, as well as the ability to leverage more translation and interpretation supports, particularly for those families that need those. And so with that, we also have a commitment around our back to school campaign so that we can spread the word and get more students back. And then of course, uplifting student voice. So some of the initiatives that Chief Hike Hubbard mentioned require investment. So you'll also see those noted in our overarching commitments. And no surprise, professional learning. There's a significant investment in that area so that we can really make the most of the accelerated learning expectations and ensure that all staff have what they need in order to meet the expectations going forward. Next slide, please. As it relates to the first strategy area of wellness, school, culture, and climate, you'll see some of those investments that Chief Davis referenced. So when we look at our expansion of our mental health clinician support for our schools, you'll see that noted. There's also an investment in the development and implementation of those school culture and climate plans that were really highlighted as a focus area through the stakeholder engagement. Also, you'll see that there are also supports around how we're actually implementing social emotional learning and various components of our wholeness strategy, which continue to build from our implementations around the blueprint and how we have implemented our wholeness strategies there. There are also investments, as you'll see, around attendance liaisons so that we can address any concerns that could and barriers for students that otherwise might not be able to make it back to school, to address issues around chronic absence and lack of engagement. Also, when it comes to advisory, so this idea of wellness checks and being able to ensure that students' needs are being met. And then also, as we think about the role of the arts, thinking about our Arts is Healing project as another way that we can support individuals preparing to come back to school. When it comes to our expansion of enrichment and academic opportunities, you'll see a significant investment there as it relates to funds that would go to schools in order to implement these enhanced opportunities. You'll also see supports around CEs. So you'll see that noted to ensure at least one full-time fine arts teacher in all of our schools. And then of course, investments around our other areas of access, which include dual enrollment and our Algebra Access for All program targeted to middle schoolers. Next slide, please. Now, when it takes a look at acceleration, I do want to note here, you'll see some investments that are both around curriculum as well as supports around assessments and platforms that support that. So that's what's noted. But again, I want to remind you that the professional development or professional learning investment also is key to implementing the strategies related to acceleration. When it comes to reimagine time for students, you'll see a host of investments there. And they cover the spectrum. So that includes what we do for summer. It includes the work we need to do with high schools as it relates to flexible course offerings and scheduling, the secondary pathways and college and career readiness specialists, as well as student schedule updates. All of those things come together in particular support for that flexibility that is needed. And then no surprise when it comes to personalized learning, which is a sister to acceleration in many ways. You'll see a host of items there as well. This is also where we have noted not only the tutoring support and extended learning program, but you'll also see the investment for the virtual learning program that Chief Dabrowski described earlier. And then we also have some targeted supports for other students, some that are more intervention focused, some based on student characteristics. So you'll see noted students with disabilities, supports for homeless students, et cetera. And then of course, there are some additional supports to actually make sure that the academics are able to be implemented, which include our Wit and Wisdom and Eureka math materials. And then last but not least, there are some student learning plan supports that are reflected in this investment area. Next slide, please. So as I just went through those strategies and the investments, again, the numbers that you saw were intended to reflect what we are budgeting towards for fiscal year 22. In terms of the out years, again, there are some specifics listed here around areas that we know we want to continue expansion over the multiple year period. And then there are also some areas that we know we need to do some planning work around this year that we'll be positioned to implement starting in fiscal years 23 and 24. And so with those descriptions, I would like to turn it back over to Chief Davis now to bring us home in terms of our next steps.
Thanks, Chief Jones. Yes, our next steps are listed there. The full launch of the plan will be in written form and done by August 6th. On August 17th, we need to submit to the state our final plan and budget for the resources that Chief Jones just described. We've had an ongoing summer engagement back to school campaign that began in July. It's very school oriented with folks on the school site, making sure that we get to our students and families and prioritize the ones that had struggled in the COVID space to get online so that they're ready on August 30th. We'll have an August town hall, and we'll also have welcome back meetings at each school in August and September. And again, these are the things that we are doing here in August as we launch this plan and get ready for the new year. But additionally, if we go to the next slide, there's professional learning that occurs for our school staff, right? There are leadership institutes. You can see those on the left side. One will begin in the beginning of August, and then we'll come back for 3 days kind of in the middle. There's an operations institute to make sure that all the basic operations, all the basic policies are understood. And then the teachers and school-based staff come back the last week of August, and they'll have systemic PD throughout the central office, and then they'll also have their school-based professional development as well. As always, you'll be able to get any type of resources around the plan on our website. The Reconnect, Restore, Reimagine plan is there always for you to access, and we will always ask people to look there first for this plan. Like I said, it'll be rolled out in written form on August 6th, and then we'll get our budget and our funding for the funds that Chief Jones talked about on August 17th. And so at this time, we'll get into questions. I do want to say just, you've heard from Chief Jones, you've heard from Chief Hubbard, Dr. Dabrowski, and myself. But again, I cannot say enough the number of work groups that had school-based staff and central office leaders. You may hear from the four of us, but there are so many folks that have gone into these last 3 months and have either engaged our community consistently over those 3 months or been a part of work groups to get to this point. We know this is just the beginning of the plan, and we're going to have a long way to go over the next few years, but we're going to start strong, and we're happy to take questions around it.
Chief Davis, if I can just add one last thing, please, which is that our first family festival for our summer engagement campaign starts tomorrow at Druid Hill Park from 5:30 to 8. We're welcoming all of our families, our partners, our students to come as we welcome you back with open arms and have all kinds of resources and supports available to you. And then we'll share this calendar on our website for the rest of the events. Thank you.
Chief Hubbard, how have you all been publicizing that?
It has been on our website, it's on social media, but the best thing I'm excited about is that we are actually galvanizing partners as ambassadors in this work. So we are asking partners to reach out to broader communities that we don't always touch, because if folks aren't on our email or checking our website, they may not see it, right? So we are really today, Monique Sims had a fantastic meeting with a bunch of partners to help figure out how they can serve as ambassadors around our summer engagement work. And one of the things is elevating these festivals. Another one is using their social media platform and their reach through their churches or their neighborhoods or community associations to get the word out. So that's how we're doing it.
It sounds like a good strategy. I would certainly love to hear, how we get folks there, like what's the turnout as a result of all of that work. But thank you for that.
Absolutely.
So are there any questions? Dr. Santelises, I didn't know if you were going to ask the board for questions or if you wanted me to.
No, I appreciate it, Chair Richardson. I just want to give a thank you to Chief Davis, Chief Hubbard, Chief Jones, and Chief Dabrowski, just for the presentation and the overview and the hard work that they've done to kind of lift all of the work that you see here, clearly alongside many other staff and community members in a number of cases. So I just want to thank them for their work, but absolutely, and we'll turn it back to you, Chair Richardson.
Thank you so much. I want to echo that. I love when you all do like a full court press and everybody has their portion. It really does help us understand the interconnectedness of the work, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of your putting this presentation together. I want to invite my fellow commissioners if they have any questions about this presentation. I do see Commissioner Reed's hand is up. So Commissioner Reed.
Thank you very much. This really helped me in terms of the reimagine. I guess one, the strategies, but probably more important for me, the funding. I guess which brings to mind, I guess, Dr. Santelises, you and I have talked about this in the past. Maybe you can educate me and the public in terms of, you have ESSER's money, federal money, but that's going to be finite to a certain timeline. So how does ESSER's and CARES, where does that stop in the hope for Kerwin and other funding begin? So we can make it a smooth and steady process where the money is a continuum versus being stopped, so to speak.
No, and Commissioner Reed, that is absolutely one of the kind of key questions. Chief Jones in her office, Chief Doherty in the finance office have really been, I would say, thoughtful gatekeepers in making sure that we are tracking which dollars are one-time dollars while we keep an eye on Kerwin. And just want to state publicly that Baltimore City is in a very unique in some ways position in that many other school districts are just looking at one-time funding and that's it. We have a combination. So you saw in the presentation tonight that one of the things that on that slide that Chief Davis went through that we're looking at is how do we use some of these dollars, for example, in our investments in expanding mental health and the school-based, health teams that where many of them, as Chief Davis noted, were 0.5, half time. And we know what half time looks like in the needs of our school. Well, one of the things that we're doing is looking at when Kerwin dollars kick in, when ESSER dollars end, to say, if we can, for example, make those positions whole, and it'll take time with hiring and other things to get there, but if we can make those positions whole when the ESSER federal dollars run out, we'll be able to transition those costs to Kerwin. And so that will then help keep the consistency for schools and help us guard against a lot of what I know the board's been hearing, and others have been hearing of a funding cliff. And so we're working really hard to make sure that particularly for school-based positions that we are either increasing or adding, that we're being very strategic about which ones we are kind of making sure that we link to those Kerwin dollars. But just, a shout out to Chief Jones, Kim Hoffman, Chief Doherty, and Jess Wilson. They just have really done a good job in flagging for us. But that's some of that braiding that I referenced earlier. Chief Jones, you might want to add, but that's what I would say on that.
I would just say, Dr. Santelises, you described it really well. I mean, the idea here as we've been planning is we've been identifying which particular activities are intended for one-time funding versus those that need to have a sustainability plan in place. And as we take a look at the nature of the activity, we're identifying what those other potential funding sources are for purposes of sustainability. So for example, even when we reference Kerwin, there are some restricted funding within Kerwin. So with the concentrations of poverty, thinking about not just waiting until fiscal year 25 when the federal money goes away, but what does it even look like now as we start to make those investment decisions?
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Bondina has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, Chief. The chief, I should say, the chief, because many chiefs are there. But the Strategic Planning Committee was lucky to have been. We've seen the presentation, and I was really happy that I had seen it before because I had plenty of time to review it and try to understand it, and at some point throughout our process with the strategic planning commission, we'll be able to fill in some different spots and ask a lot of questions. So it's it's a living document, and it's an ongoing process. But one thing I want to say is we received a lot of information tonight, and I'm sure that the public or people who are listening in enjoyed hearing all that. What are we doing to make sure that even though we put it on our website, what are we doing to make sure that our stakeholders, our schools, our principals, our community, our students, our parents get a copy or some information where they can digest all the information that you gave us? Because as we moved through all this, you said a lot of good stuff, but I'm not sure if they heard all of it and they could really you understand what we're saying. What are we doing to make sure that they get copies and they can be able to ask questions and get some of the answers for the reopening of school and all the information?
Yep, I'm happy to
I don't
take
know
that
who I'm
question.
asking this question to.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question, Commissioner Bondima. So we are rolling out, as part of our summer engagement work that we mentioned with the festival, we are trying to roll out a full rollout of the R3 plan as well for everyone. So again, the plan will be released on August 6th. It won't just be loaded with a bunch of text. It will actually have data visualization and graphics, so it's easier for folks to comprehend and understand. We gave you the full sort of text version this evening. We're also going to use all of our current tools through social media, through our Inside Scoop, through our Winning Wednesdays, and all of our outreach to families to make sure they get it. We're going to host a town hall just to give a basic understanding. We'll also then, from the town hall, make sure we release an FAQ document so we understand which questions are coming up from people and be very clear about the responses to those questions. We're also going to equip every one of our schools with a deck that they can use as part of their welcome back activities for their families that will have clear, 5-6 slides, not the 60 slide deck, right? That says what this means for your students. And we're going to ask the school leaders to do it not only for families, but to also do it for our students because they deserve to hear it directly as well. And so that's our strategy right now to sort of get out the word. And also, last but not least, our partners will also help us spread the word, right? So we're going to get that same slide deck, that shortened slide to our partners, and they can share that information as well. So it becomes common language. The nomenclature around it, what's accelerated learning, what's personalized learning, why are we elevating student voice, will become part of the nomenclature of city schools as we talk about work moving forward. So that's our plan currently.
That's exactly what you said, stakeholders. That's exactly what I was concerned with, because we got good stuff. Are we going to put it on the road? Are we going to put it out there so everybody can see it? And I talk a lot about communities that surround our schools, the people who are involved in the schools, but they're not in the system, and they are the ones who ask many, many questions. So I'm glad to hear that, because that's really. And I want to mention, I don't know which group went to farmers market. Who went to? It was when I made that recommendation.
My community schools coordinators, Commissioner Bonding, we listened to you. They went both to the Sunday farmers market and the Waverly market 2 weekends in a row to get the word out about our stakeholder engagement. They did a phenomenal job at reaching out to families.
And I heard, so I thought that, and I think you should continue doing that. So at least you have something to give out or hand out, or something that shows that we're on the ball. That's what I would like to see. Thank you.
We'll be there this weekend promoting the family festivals. So you've started something, Commissioner Bonding. We're going to continue it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions? Any other hands up that perhaps I'm not seeing?
No, there are no more hands up.
Okay, I see.
Commissioner Chinya.
Thank you.
Now, I just wanted to follow up with what you were just saying, Chief Hyde Hubbard. I heard you talk about the deck of slides and things to the community partners, but also some talking points or whatever we might need as board members, so that as we are interacting with folks in the community, we can sort of get the elevator speech or whatever it is that we need as well.
Absolutely. We'll take care of that, and for our partners as well. Thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, I had a question for Dr. Dabrowski, if she's still on. She was talking a bit about personalized learning, and a thought that came to me, Dr. Dabrowski, as you were speaking, is that we are going to have to, like, education is going to look a little different. It's going to look a lot different. And are our teachers equipped with what they need to be equipped with to roll this out September, right? And so I wonder what the teacher training development around this plan is looking like now and what it will look like throughout the school year. If you could talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely, and thank you for asking. And I think one of the reasons why professional learning has that elevated space in our plan is because of how comprehensive the work is. And I think one of the things you named, which I'm glad you asked, is we won't have all of these pieces in place on September when students first come back. This is a multi-year effort, and some of the things we've talked about are big shifts. Some of the things, though, we can start doing immediately in terms of how we're supporting our teachers with better opportunities for ongoing professional development using a virtual space where we can bring teachers together. Even though we're back in person, we can still harness that space of virtual PD while also really working on some of the systems that are already in place. We've been doing small group instruction for years. Now we want to just take it to that next level. We've had some really promising practices around tutoring. We're going to, again, expand those and learn from each other. I think where we are in a really great position is that Baltimore City has wonderfully pre-set up sort of these good conditions of high quality instructional materials that are already in place and really strong diagnostic assessment. So we use iReady, which is a wonderful math and ELA assessment program that gives us tremendous data. We also use a reading assessment called Amplify that it gives us really precise information about foundational skills in literacy. So we have a lot of tools in place that we're going to build off of. And part of our work of professional learning is how do we set up coordination, more opportunities for courses. Part of the reason you saw that budget request for funds is we want to be able to pay our teachers when they're coming and working beyond the school day, when they come on weekends, when we bring them back in the summer for training. So we are working to have a more comprehensive, a more robust system of professional learning. And we're also looking to really be methodical as we do this work over time and start where we have already some good practices in place and grow there. And we also, in terms of accelerated learning, this is new territory for all of us, and not just in Baltimore City. We've seen pockets of success, but for a system to make a commitment to this approach, we have to, again, goes back to elevating teacher voice. We're going to have to work side by side with our teachers as we're digging into this and finding out if it's not working or if they're hitting some obstacles, where are we going to pivot and make some changes and learn from them. So there's a lot to this. We will certainly have more details about our professional plan as we move into August, but we'll hit the ground running when our teachers come back on August 23rd and really start digging into these big ideas.
I appreciate that answer because as you were speaking, the word fluid came to my mind, that we all have to give grace to this plan. Can you and perhaps Chief Hike Hubbard talk a bit about on the parent side, right? I'm sending my child to school or we're doing the virtual school. What can I expect, right? What should I look for to make sure that my child is progressing in the way that they're supposed to be progressing? And this grace that you need, right? Because teachers aren't going to have it all in September. So you use the word pivot, I'll use that same word. When pivots happen, as a parent, what's the impact of a pivot on my child? And what can I do to support this plan?
Tina, do you want to go? Do you want to first? Do you want me to go?
Do the academics first, and then I'll hit with the other part.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great. Well, and I think part of what you've just hit on here is the piece around these student learning plans. They have to become a mechanism for opening up conversations that are two-way conversations. We have, I think, traditionally been in a place where a teacher comes and sort of gives all the information, and then it's like, here you go, here's what all these things. We need to really, really reimagine that. And I think how we hear from our families, how are students feeling about coming back to school? What are we doing in those opening weeks to reach out to our families to say, how is your student doing? Are they excited to come to school? What did they go, ask them about these things that we're working on in school? Where is that opportunity to engage right from the beginning on these pieces? And how are we bringing the data of what's happening in math or in reading for your child in a way that's meaningful? What does it mean in language that works for families? There's nothing worse than being in, I'll use the experience of like going to a doctor's office and you're getting all of this information and they're throwing so much vocabulary. You just want to know, am I okay? What do I need to do to get better? And that's what families need and want. And so as educators, we have to get better at being very clear on where we're seeing some strengths in your student, where we see opportunities that they're going to have to work on, and what is our plan, and how can parents help. So I think there's just a lot of work, and this is where it's exciting to work with Chief Highcupboard and her office to do this work together. Academics working side by side with family engagement to talk about how do we do this work so that it is meaningful for our families. So I don't know, Tina, if you want to say more.
I was going to say the same thing, Chief Dabrowski, that you're a breath of fresh air, that in the academics department, that we are able to work diligently with family engagement and academics together to really think out what these individualized learning plans will look like. And I know many folks have heard me say, I'm a parent, just like Commissioner Richardson, of two city schools children now. I have a kindergartner coming in. And I just want to say, I've had a teacher tell me that I don't share data with parents, right? And I sit in the seat that I sit in. So I'm just being real transparent and honest about that and saying we recognize there's a lot of work to do to make sure that we create that dual capacity, right? The ability for not only preparing parents to come to us, but preparing our staff to be able to engage with parents really effectively. So you'll see that in professional learning along with individualized learning plan, but you will also see, as Chief Davis said, stronger customer service at our schools, because our culture and climate work isn't just about what's happening for students in the day, but it's also what parents are experiencing or families are experiencing when they come to the school. How are they welcomed? How are they opened in? How are they included in the governance through school family council, right? How are they included in the business of the school and what's happening? So that's you're going to see that as a difference. You're also going to see stronger or continued communication from both district and schools about what's happening with the district. I've had parents say to me, I love what you've done during the pandemic, but don't pull back and think I'm okay now that we're going to go back in person, that I don't stand with that same level of communication being sent to me. And please continue to collect my feedback. We're going to increase our POSIT polls. We got 68,000 responses on our POSIT polls alone that told parents because 2 questions very quickly gave us a lot of information about what parents wanted to see, and we could pivot very quickly and honor parent requests and voice in those conversations. I would also just say the stronger school family councils, our team is going to work really hard to make sure that we support and train our school family councils to be stronger partners with the school and the principal and the family, so there's representation of family voice. And finally, transparency, right? To be as open and as clear and as honest as we possibly can about what we're doing as a district will also be a key theme for us with families that they can expect.
I really appreciate that. I too appreciate the connection between departments. You guys are not working in silos, and I think families will experience that in a positive way. I see a hand, Commissioner McFadden.
Yep, I appreciate all of that, both Chief Dabrowski and Chief Highcupboard. And all of these plans are great, right? To have the plan, to have the thought, to have the vision, from our purview and from the district level purview, it's great. My concern, though, becomes translating that, right? Translating that to support our school leaders and making sure that they have the tools, the resources, and the support to make sure that what we create, what you all are creating, what we're listening to, actually translates as seamlessly as possible to yield the greatest impact for our young people. So I just want us to be mindful of that. I appreciate Commissioner Richardson's, Chair Richardson's, perspective as a parent, but I have to bring that perspective as a school leader, as a teacher to the conversation, because we often make decisions that become difficult for school leaders to manage. So my push now is for us to make sure that we support our school leaders, because we don't want any of them to fail, because if they fail, then our young people are going to fail also. So just making sure that we have that support for them as we're reimagining, as we're moving forward, as we're restructuring, I think that is critically important. And I know one thing that I'm thinking holistically now that was beneficial to a lot of school leaders when we talked to them last year, and teachers, were those wellness circles and the wellness support that we offered. I think that as we focus on that for students, we have to focus on that just as much for our staff members. And then finally, I appreciate the fine arts focus here, right? It's great to make sure that every school has at least one fine arts teacher there. The fine arts teacher will only be as good as the resources that they have to support their instruction. So I think it's really important for us to consider that also as we're focusing on ESSER funds, as we're focusing on Kerwin, to not only just have the manpower, the women power, the people power, but to make sure that we also have the resources to support them. And as I told you all last week, I'm going to always say that, especially as we move into this year. I think about aerosols and that transmission and how that impacts woodwind instruments, how that impacts our athletes. So I just think as we move forward, we just have to take all of that into consideration. And I would love the assurance as much as possible to know that we're going to provide the resources to our staff members and to our communities in order to make sure that these plans actually translate into improved student outcomes.
One thing I would just say on me is that actually our greatest resources are the leaders who have led strongly during this time. That we have folks internally who have figured this out. We have folks who have led their schools in ways that have created the environment for them to also demonstrate and coach others. Like, I don't think, quote, resources, and I know you didn't mean it this way, but I want to be clear for the public and the full board that additional resources with regards to leadership is often comes best when colleagues actually get to learn from their colleagues and create the time to do that. Because one of the things that I've said continually, and I will continue to say it through the CEO Leadership Academy, and that is the last 18 months have shown in all areas of the organization where the strengths of leadership actually exist now. And I think part of what we need to do is have a sharing of expertise that allows those best practices to come forth. And one of the things that Chief Davis has done that, to his credit, he's continued throughout is the breaking down of some of the walls of where principals and school leaders get to speak for themselves, right? That it's not always filtered through 3 layers. And I'm thinking of the back to school stat process. It was Chief Davis who said, look, it shouldn't just be principal supervisors who are sitting in the room and folks in Central reporting on schools. If the school leaders are there themselves and receiving the information directly, getting a chance to ask questions directly, then their capacity is being built by their exposure to, frankly, the best practice that's already out in the field.
Sure.
So sometimes it is about the resources, but I think one of the biggest learnings that I've had reinforced over the last 18 months is that leaders lead, and when other leaders are exposed to what those practices are, that's often, I think, some of the best PD that folks can receive. And Chief Davis has done a really great job in using technology to break down some of those kind of artificial barriers around who's in the room. So I do think that that's not everything, but I do think that it's really fertile ground for a kind of learning and sharing that we didn't necessarily have previously. But Chief Davis, I'm sorry, you might have wanted to say something too.
No, that's right. Principals have came together. There's usually 300 to 400 folks together a couple of times a week. And to some point, it has just been information. But Commissioner McFadden, I've heard you a number of times talk about a school's culture and climate and how that's going to be instrumental moving forward. we've heard from some of our best principals about what they do in that space and how they lead, frankly, some of their difficulties and how they have to just work within themselves, and some as to how they're working with their teams to kind of break down their own walls within their own school around school culture. And so when they're hearing from each other, I think it begins to speak to what you're talking about, where we get school leaders to understand these plans are real and not just something on paper.
I appreciate that. Thanks. And I'm looking forward to hearing, right, how that translates over the course of the next few years. I appreciate that. Thank you,
I
Chair
agree
Richardson.
with that. Are there any other questions from our commissioners? One last thing, Dr. Santelises, that I would say, it just kind of hit me tonight, is I would like to know from each of your chairs, because they're each representing some pretty tremendous work here, if you had to boil it down to one question that you would like the board to continue to ask you to make sure that the work stays honest, that you're staying committed to this plan, what would that question be? And you don't have to answer it right now, but think about that, so that it will help invite further conversations around this work. It'll help us check in with each of you. And so, Dr. Santelises, I would encourage or invite your chiefs to think about that and come back to us with, for each of your areas, what's the one question that we should be asking you?
So I put it in the chat that was a great question. So if you don't want them to respond now, some might be ready to respond now. What I would say is that I'll commit to making sure, and I'm saying this publicly, for mutual accountability, that I will take part of the my CEO's comments at a future board meeting for us to be able to share publicly what those are. So I will commit now, and I'm saying it to all the people who support me as I get ready for board meetings, that we will create a space for that, for the chiefs to be able to share, because I agree with you, and I actually think they should share from their vantage point, because it actually helps them, so they're not just feeling my questions, but that they actually have the space to surface their own. And then, I'm more than happy to do that as well. So I don't want to shortchange anybody tonight, but I want to say we can do tonight, and I commit to do that moving forward, because that's a fabulous question. Wonderful moderator.
I didn't want to put anyone on the spot, but if someone is ready, let's do it.
Commissioner Richardson, I would suggest, because we do have 3 additional presentations tonight, that for the chiefs to really think about it and bring that back to us.
I just want you to know the early collaboration between the board chair and the board vice chair. Wonderful modeling from the top.
Vice Chair McFadden, thank you, because I'm like in the conversation and I don't want to let it go. But okay, great leadership. Thank you. We'll move on. But thank you for the presentation to all the chiefs. I know this was a lot of work. And so I thank you, Dr. Santelises, and your team for a great presentation. Before we move on to public comment, we have one video. I wanted to just review our consent agenda. And board colleagues, please let me know if you would like to pull an item. And when you do that, let me know what your questions are. So I am pulling items 8.01 through 8.05 so that our student commissioner can vote on them. 8.01 is the operator waiver request. 8.02 is gifts and donations. 8.03 is the policy IJOA. And 8.04 is compliance report, and 8.05 is appointment of new PCAB members. So I'm pulling those for the student commissioner to vote. 8.06 is FY22 supplemental appropriation. Anyone want to pull that? Okay. 13.01 Cloveland Farms Dairy. 18.01 Whiteford, Taylor, and Preston. and 20.01 community schools. So it sounds like everything is, Christian, help me here. This is my first time. So that means that everything's on the consent, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
nothing was pulled. So we'll just go
Nothing's
into
pulled.
public comment and then come back to
Okay.
consent, and then you have the script for the rest of it, for the consent agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll do what Christian just said. We'll go to public comment. Christian?
Thank you, Chair Richardson. The only public comment was from one of our recognized groups, the Baltimore Teachers Union.
Good evening, school board commissioners and Dr. Santelises. My name is Corey Gaber, and I'm a vice president on the BTU executive board. I wanted to start by shouting out city schools for maintaining certain thoughtful procedures to protect the health of our community. While many districts and cities have acted as if the pandemic is over, we are maintaining our mask wearing mandate in buildings and our proactive testing program for this new school year. Thankfully, the COVID metrics have dropped tremendously since the spring, but we're not out of the danger zone yet. New variants are wreaking havoc around the world, and elsewhere in the country, governments have had to return to more restrictive guidelines after a premature return to life as normal. After a long period of decline, Baltimore City's case rate and positivity rate are back on the rise. Around 42% of city residents remain unvaccinated, and that number is much higher for the young people who aren't eligible to get vaccinated or only recently became eligible. It's important to remember that the beginning of this school year will be the first time in 18 months that city schools facilities will be back to full student and staff occupancy. Our health and safety guidelines have changed to reflect the evolving circumstances, which haven't been implemented in this way inside of buildings. The 6-foot social distancing mandate has been reduced to a 3-foot goal where possible. Water fountains are being reopened, indoor athletics and in-person IEP meetings are resuming. Health and safety checks are now happening at homes under each family's discretion instead of by a trained staff member for every person entering the building. Given this new context, the BTU urges caution. In the spring, President Brown had a series of meetings with Mayor Scott, Dr. Santelises, and AFT National President Randy Weingarten regarding public health in schools. Out of those meetings came a mutually agreed upon commitment to hold school safety walkthroughs with stakeholders, utilizing a co-created checklist based on city schools' health and safety guidelines. We're thankful for the significant personnel, time, and resources district staff put forward to make those walkthroughs happen. As a result of our joint efforts at orientation meetings, schools doing preparation for their walkthroughs, and the walkthroughs themselves, staff and students were better able to meet the guidelines of the moment and address any issues that surfaced. Due to the chaotic nature of the spring and folks being pulled in a variety of directions, we were not able to do walkthroughs in all of the schools as originally intended. At the time, BTU and city schools agreed that we would get to the remaining schools in the summer and fall if necessary. Those remaining walkthroughs are now in jeopardy, and I'm here to ask city schools to honor their word and finish this project. The walkthroughs serve to answer questions, clear up misconceptions, patch holes, and engage families. The rubric, exact participants, and walkthrough length can all be adjusted to meet today's circumstances. But with buildings full for the first time since March of 2020, this accountability checkpoint is more needed than ever. Another past practice now in jeopardy is city schools notifying BTU of suspected COVID cases. These notifications helped us to find communication gaps when parents and staff were not notified in an appropriate time frame, and to ensure the accuracy of the COVID dashboard data. City schools have now asked BTU to instead view the public COVID dashboard, which will be regularly updated. This is not a sufficient substitute, as the COVID dashboard is a summary table. It does not provide specific data about where and when cases occurred, which are the most important pieces of information required in order to ensure accountability and transparency to students, families, staff, and the district's own guidelines. Thank you for your consideration, your time, and your work.
Chair Richardson, back to you.
You're still muted, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm going to go for the vote, Christian, and then come back to your presentation if that's okay. So based on the public comment, are there any additional items that any board member would like to pull from the consent agenda? All right, so let's, is there a motion to approve items 8.1 through 8.5?
4, Commissioner Richardson.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8.1 through 8.04.
So moved.
So moved. Reed.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second?
Second, McFadden.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Oh, yes.
If you're, thank you. Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Horwitz?
Make sure you're.
She having technical difficulties, Commissioner McFadden?
They're abstaining.
Okay, she's abstaining. All right, Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Any opposed? Any abstained?
Commissioner Horwitz.
Commissioner Horwitz, okay. Is there a motion to approve item 8.05, appointment of new PCAB members?
Commissioner Richardson, just don't forget the vote count. Did the motion pass?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll get it, yeah, I'll get it. So that motion passes. Commissioner McFadden, could you give us the count?
6 in favor, 3 absent, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item 8.05, appointment to new PCAB members?
So moved. Reed.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Commissioner Horwitz? Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
I'm also in favor. Any opposed? Any abstained?
Commissioner Horwitz.
Commissioner Horwitz, okay. This motion passes. Commissioner McFadden, can you give us the count?
6 in favor, 3 absent, 1 abstention.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Nicole Humphreys. Is there a motion to approve the remaining agenda items? Yeah, the remaining agenda items.
So moved. Reed.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinya?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm also in favor. That's all of us, right, Commissioner with 3 absent?
Yes. You got it.
I got it. Okay. Thank you. First reader of policy BBA, board powers, responsibilities, and professional standards. Our board executive.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Let me get my computer together.
Excuse me, did we did vote on 8.06, right?
Did I skip something?
No, I was just wondering, maybe it was me.
8.06 was part of
it was
the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
It was all in consent, yes.
Okay,
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Christian Gant, Board Executive Officer. And this evening I'll be presenting on The first reader for policy BBA, board powers, responsibilities, and professional standards. So just as a foundational matter, first I'd like to talk about why this policy is being introduced now, what the purpose is, and how it links to student achievement. Passage of this policy would really accomplish several goals. It would establish standards of conduct and communication between board members, the community, and the CEO and staff, foster an environment of mutual respect and civility. And when drafting the policy, I kept in mind what the best practices for a board working relationship look like and work backwards from there. It would codify existing norms. The policy isn't intended to be restrictive, but to consolidate and codify many of the norms the board already operates by. Many of the ideas in this policy weren't previously written or captured anywhere. Okay, I heard of. There's also some confusion about the board's role and how it governs. So I'm anticipating that the policy will help increase public understanding about how the board operates. So finally, how does this all connect to student achievement? We know from the research from the National School Board Association and other organizations that school boards in high achieving districts exhibit habits and characteristics that are different from boards in low achieving districts. Highly effective school boards able to communicate a clear vision in the community that puts student achievement at the forefront, hold themselves and the district accountable for meeting goals, and work collaboratively with the community and the CEO and staff to boost student achievement. So the hope, again, of a purpose of this policy is to support and build that good working relationship and have a high functioning board. I want to pull out some portions of the policy to expand on the rationale. Definitions of what governance and management were included in the policy to give some guidance and framework on the board's role as it pertains to governance and the CEOs as it pertains to management. The examples of the definitions are not an exhaustive list, but intended to highlight what the different roles are. In section 3E1, A and B, there are new requirements for strategic planning and a board self-evaluation. These were practices the board was already doing, but now they would be captured in policy. In addition, the new requirement would be mandating an annual board self-evaluation. And then finally, this policy would merge the current policy, BBAA, board member authority, with the updated policy, BBA. There were synergy between that policy and this one where it made sense for them to be combined. In response to the guidance from the policy committee and the community feedback, there were some revisions made since this policy was first shared, and I'm going to highlight some of them. There were concerns around the connotation of special interest group in the original draft of the policy. For context, section 3E2B states that board members should be making decisions based on the best interest of the system as a whole and not any individual special interest group or community stakeholder group. So the definition was added to the policy, which is any association of individuals, organizations, or corporate entities that on the basis of one or more shared interests or issues attempts to influence policy in its favor in section 2C. Community stakeholder group was also added to the definition in response to the connotation questions. A new section on accountability was added. Adding this piece was in large part addressing the purpose of raising public awareness of what the board's role is. After policy committee, I met individually with some of the commissioners, and a common theme that emerged was protecting individual commissioner rights. Section 3E3 moved some sections in the policy committee version from being mandated to strongly encouraged. And then finally, there was a lot of feedback on the policy committee version about board members interacting with staff. The updated version of the policy states the proper process that a board member should follow when they need something rather than framing it as a prohibition against contacting staff. Another question that came up in our conversation was how should the policy be enforced? I took a look at how some other districts did it, and I found 3 common frameworks. The first would be an ad hoc code of conduct committee. Evidence of allegations of a violation of the policy would be forwarded to this committee for consideration. The committee would have the authority to dismiss the allegation, meet with the board member informally to resolve the issue, or forward the matter to the full board for consideration. In other iterations, allegations of a violation of the policy were shared with the board chair, who would then meet with the member to discuss the allegation. And then the board chair would have the authority whether to dismiss it, move to investigation, or forward the allegation to the full board for consideration of a disciplinary measure. Another option would be a process where a willful or repeated violation of the policy would trigger a process where the board chooses a fellow board member to kind of serve as a mediator, and then the full board will have a discussion with this person in question. After that discussion, and this would be in closed session, and after that discussion, the board would then decide, next steps, whether to dismiss it or move forward with some kind of disciplinary measure. So I'm open to feedback now to get a sense of what direction the board thinks is best.
Christian, you mean of these three options?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Or if there's a fourth option that, someone else wants to bring up, that's also welcome. And if you all need more time, I can just, do some outreach between now and second reader, but I was seeing if anyone had any thoughts now.
I like the board-led process myself, because it puts the situation in the hands of the board versus having just a chair lead the process. Either that or the ad hoc committee being formed. I like those two.
Okay. Is there any other feedback on this?
This is Vernon Reed. I like the board-led process because that increases the number of, in terms of thought management, increase the number of players, which also exponentially increases the number of ideas, and you don't leave out anything in terms of perspective.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you.
I can't see hands, so I don't know if there's any other hands.
Okay, this is Bundima.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree with Commissioner Richardson and both commissioners, because just for that reason, there should be a board-led process. It should be that, period. And it opens the door for more ideas and more participation. And Commissioner Reed, he hit that on the head. Both of you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bondima.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Chinya has her hand raised.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Chinya.
I have my hand raised mainly to say ditto. I would agree with the board-led process.
All right. I think.
And Vice Chair McFadden put in the chat, he agrees as well.
Right.
Okay. I think we have a consensus. So for second reader, there will be included more details on this kind of board-led process. So thank you all for your feedback.
Now, Christian, it makes me think, though, would we consider involving this might be a stretch, but involving the ethics panel in any way for this?
And what kind of role would you imagine?
I'm not sure. Just, I'm going to think through that a little bit more.
Okay.
And send it back to you.
Okay. Thank you for that suggestion, then. All right, there's no other questions on this slide. That does conclude my presentation. So are there any other questions or comments on the rest of the policy?
I don't have any questions. I just want to tell you I appreciate with different folks. So I do appreciate your work on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Bondima, is your hand still up from previously, or you have another question? Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I will now turn it over to the Office of Human Capital for an update on certification.
Good evening, Board of School Commissioners. My name is Sarah Deal, and I'm the Executive Director of Recruitment and Staffing in the Human Capital Office. And I will be presenting to you tonight alongside my colleague, Diane Sellers, the Director of Recruitment and Selection. So here's the agenda for tonight's presentation. Before we dive deeply, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Grant Skinner, who's going to say a couple of words.
Thanks, Sarah. I will share simply at the outset that in early June, I gave a brief certification update to the board during the CEO comments. At that time, I shared that we would present on certification more fully here today. We are going to begin this evening with Sarah sharing a high-level view of Maryland certificate site types and certification data. Diane will talk more through certification eligibility renewal and the ways that we help employees. And then we'll close with some next steps as we continue to evolve our work on certification. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. And as you'll see in this presentation, we are making considerable improvements in our certification work. And at the same time, we are cognizant that many of our educators may not yet fully feel the effects of these improvements in their certification experience. So as I shared, we are going to start with a high-level overview of the types of certificates in Maryland. While I know many of you may be eager to dive into the challenges that employees are facing or how we're planning to improve our certification supports, given this is the first time that we are presenting this information to the board, we wanted to start by level setting so that we are all have a similar understanding of how certification in Maryland works. So certification, as you know, is a highly technical and regulated field. And we certainly use discretion where we can. We will highlight the instances where we do so in this presentation tonight. But the requirements that we outline, by and large, are MSDE regulations. So in preparation for tonight's presentation, and as we further refine our processes, we've reached out and spoken to counterparts and other Maryland LEAs, and really found that many of them are grappling with similar issues that we are. So yes, we are going to be building from the basics so that we have a solid foundation to work from. So that said, this slide is the current certificate types, the validity periods, and whether or not each certificate is renewable. So Diane will share even more detailed information, but I wanted to provide an overview. So not yet, thank you. The conditional cert is valid for 2 years with 1 opportunity for renewal. So this means that an educator pending eligibility for renewal has 4 years on this pathway to obtain professional certification. The resident teaching certificate, exclusive to our educators in alt-route programs, is valid for 2 years and is non-renewable. The expectation here being that an educator transition to professional certification after program completion. The next 3 certificates are professional certificates. As you can see, the SPC1 and SPC2 are both valid for 5 years and non-renewable, as the expectation is that educators transition to the APC, the most advanced professional cert in the state of Maryland. And then finally, the PEC, the Professional Eligibility Certificate. This is for an individual who has met the professional certification requirements, but is not employed by a local LEA, a local school district. So when that employee is hired by a school district, this PEC will be converted to the appropriate professional certificate. Next slide. All right, so here you can see the number of city schools employees by certificate type. So this number includes all certificated employees in city schools for a total of 6,920. As you can see, 4,029 or 58% of our educators currently hold an APC, and 78% or nearly 4/5 hold professional certification of some sort. So that is an SPC1, an SPC2, and an APC combined. So the remaining 20% at the top or so hold a combination of conditional certification, which I believe here is about 14%, and resident teacher certification, which is about 6%. The licensed professionals are our related service providers, and they hold Maryland board licensure. Some of the related service providers noted here also hold certification. So those would be social workers or school psychologists herself. And she's going to dive a little bit more deeply into each of these cert types and talk about the renewal requirements and how we support employees. Diane?
Good evening. My name is Diane Tellers, and as Sarah mentioned, I am the Director of Recruitment and Selection. And so I will walk you through each certificate, doing a deeper dive, talking through the eligibility requirements, the renewal requirements, and the support that we have in place for staff. Starting with the conditional certificate. So as Sarah mentioned, this is the certificate that is valid for 2 years, option of not traditionally or alternatively certified. So this is the certificate for someone, for instance, who has an English degree but did not complete a pathway to certification. Individuals may be issued a conditional certificate based on a review of courses and credentials. Next slide. So talking a little bit more about the courses and credentials and how we evaluate those. So we do it through something called a transcript analysis. And so this is an in-depth, very thorough review of the candidates' transcripts to determine what coursework they have taken and what they need to take in order to become professionally certified. This certificate may be renewable after 2 years if an educator completes at least 12 credits that are aligned to this course evaluation, as well as the Praxis Basic Skills test, if the educator is required to take the Praxis Basic Skills. Educators are exempt from the Praxis Basic Skills if they have at least a 3.0 GPA on their highest degree earned. Next slide. So in order to become professionally certified, an educator who's on a conditional certificate must complete specific content and professional education coursework. So when the recruitment team screens a candidate on a conditional for eligibility, they screen to ensure that candidates have met the content coursework. And this is also consistent in other LEAs and how they also screen conditional candidates. So ultimately, the educator will only need to complete the pedagogy or education courses, and those courses are listed on this slide in order to become professionally certified. Elementary and early childhood educators will need 27 of these credits, so A through I, and then secondary educators will need 21 of these credits, so they will need A through E and then J and K in order to become professionally certified. So it is extremely important for us to set our conditional certificate holders up for success as much as possible. As such, we have put the following in place. So partnering with local colleges and universities to offer certification courses to conditional certificate holders, which I will talk a little bit about in the next slide. That creates a cohort experience, which is very important. And many of them are offering tuition discounts as well as other incentives to our educators. There's also a liaison in our office who is designated to communicate with conditional certificate holders, and she answers some of their questions as well as connects them to certification programs that align with the area that they are getting certified in. And as previously mentioned, for the past 2 years, when the recruitment team screens candidates who would need to be placed on a conditional certificate, the team is screening for eligibility to be able to enroll in a Maryland approved certification program. And again, this is consistent with other LEAs and how they screen conditional candidates. And this is so important in order to limit the big. Next slide. So here's the list of the 8 universities that we are forming partnerships with, and it lists the content areas that they certify in, as well as the incentives that each of them are offering to our conditional teachers. So just to share a little bit of context, so as we shared in the recruitment updates, Maryland produces about half the number of new teachers needed annually. So we rely on a variety of pipelines, including conditionally certified teachers, to fill our vacancies. Conditional certification is also the most time-consuming certificate to process and relies on, as I mentioned, a transcript analysis compared to the MSDE requirements, and then it requires the employee to seek out courses that will fulfill these requirements. So unfortunately, MSDE does not have a list of available pedagogy courses by universities for conditional certificate holders to take and to become certified. So it is a significant step and lift for our educators and for us. So to have built out partnerships with local colleges and universities to ease the process of becoming certified for conditionally certified teachers is really, really important, since we rely on these teachers to fill our vacancies. And we want to ensure that they feel supported and that they become certified and comfortable teaching as quickly as possible. The next certificate type is the resident teacher certificate, which, as Sarah mentioned, is valid for 2 years and non-renewable. This certificate is for our individuals who are enrolled in our Maryland approved alternative preparation programs, such as BCTR, TFA, Urban Teachers, and some of the teachers at BARD. These are individuals who have met testing and pre-service training requirements and complete their education coursework while they're teaching through either a university partner or an approved provider. After 2 years, assuming all requirements have been met, the employee would transition to a standard professional certificate. The SPC1, this is the type of certification, it is valid for 5 years and non-renewable, and it is for individuals who have completed all certification requirements through either an institution of higher education, either within the state of Maryland or within another state. And this is also traditionally the certificate that I mentioned, individuals who are enrolled in certification coursework through our alternative preparation programs transition to when they complete their program requirements. The SBC2, this is the type of certificate that is issued to an individual who has 3 years of experience teaching as well as 6 renewal credits, but does not earn the master's degree, has not earned a master's degree or 36 credits post their bachelor's degree that are needed to transition to the APC. And this certificate is valid for 5 years and is non-renewable. And then we have the APC, and this is the highest certificate type or the most advanced certificate type in the state of Maryland. Individuals earn an APC with a master's degree or 36 credits that they've taken post their bachelor's degree. This certificate is renewable every 5 years. So this slide shows the renewal requirements for each of the professional certificates, and it recaps what I've reviewed. So for educators who are on the SPC1 or the APC, to renew their certificate, they need to submit 6 semester hours of acceptable credits. Acceptable credits are defined as credits that are earned or taught at a regionally accredited college or university or earned through MSDE approved CPD credits. These credits have to be earned within the 5-year validity period of the certificate. The educator also must submit a signed IDP as part of their renewal documents. For the SBC2, those individuals have to meet the requirements to advance to the APC, and so those requirements are a bit different, as I mentioned previously. So an educator will have to submit either a conferred master's degree or 36 post-bachelorate credits or national board certification with 12 post-bachelor credits. So Maryland reading requirements, this is something that is required for all educators in the state of Maryland. And if an educator has not met the reading credit requirement, they will need to submit readings as part or all of their 6 renewal credits. For educators who have completed either a Maryland approved program within our state or a Maryland approved alternative preparation program within our state, these readings are embedded in their coursework. So the educators who, by and large, are required to take reading courses are educators who have been certified out of state. When these educators are hired, they are issued a reading summary, and the reading summary outlines the reading courses that they need to take in order to renew their certificate and as well as to fulfill the reading requirement. MSDE has a list of courses offered by all of the colleges and universities in Maryland on their website that will fulfill all of the reading requirements. So certificate holders who are certified in elementary, ECE, or special ed, infant through 3 or 1 through 8, there are 12 semester hours of readings that they are required to fulfill. And then educators who are certified in secondary or pre-K-12 disciplines, they have to fulfill 6 renewal requirements, and those are listed here. Educators who have the 12 credit requirements, they can also fulfill their reading requirements by passing the Praxis Teaching and Reading Elementary Praxis Test, which is 5205, and earning a qualifying score of at least 159. So we strive to ensure that our educators have access to information that they need in order to renew their certificate, and we do so in the following ways. So on the City Schools website, there is a certification page, and on the certification page, there are resources including a PDF that lists the renewal requirements. So one of the previous slides that I showed you of the renewal requirements, that PDF is on the City Schools website, which outlines the renewal requirements for each certificate type. In addition, there's a PDF on the website that has step-by-step instructions with screenshots that show educators how they can submit their renewal documents through the ERP system. In addition, 2 additional human capital staff members were recently MSDE certified to process APC renewals. This is significant because this is our largest group of educators, as Sarah mentioned. And these individuals are also certified to process endorsements that educators submit as well when they want to add another content area to their certificate. 2 areas that our district is innovating and that other districts may not have done or be doing is we automatically renew our educators that have a senior teacher status. So if educators meet that senior teacher status, they do not have to submit anything to us for renewal. We automatically renew those individuals. In addition, this year we leveraged the continuity of learning CPD experience that many of our educators participated in to renew and reinstate professional certification for eligible educators. Our educators receive renewal alerts regularly, so at 12 months, 6 months, 90 days, 60 days, as well as 30 days. And our BTU analyst in the past meets with our certification analysts in the past, presents to the BTU at least twice a year about certification and provides updates and requirements so that they can share with their educators. Additionally, educators can find renewal information and requirements on the MSDE website, as well as when they download their certificate. So once their certificate is processed, they can log into their portal account in the MSDE portal, download their certificate, and along with their certificate, the renewal requirements are downloaded. So that slide that I showed with the renewal requirement by certificate area. Sarah?
Great, thanks, Diane. Next slide. So Diane detailed the renewal requirements by cert type. This slide details how educators go about submitting a renewal request. So all educators must submit their renewal documents via employee self-service, the ERP portal, and they must include the following: the request type, the certificate type, the validity period, as well as the appropriate documents that are detailed here. If an employee is using university coursework rather than CPDs, for example, to renew, per MSDE, official transcripts are required. So these can be mailed to our office, these can be emailed directly from the college or university. Additionally, once a request is submitted through employee self-service, an automated email is sent to the educator confirming receipt of the request and outlining the timeline for processing the request. And what is important is that in order for a request to be processed, all information in the submission must be accurate and all required documentation must be attached or sent in. So the fields in the submissions are locked and cannot be updated or changed by human capital. So if the validity dates in the request are wrong, for example, this is frustrating for educators. Frankly, this is frustrating for us as well. And we're certainly hopeful that the new ERP will provide some additional flexibility. Next slide. So this chart shows the fully processed renewals for certificates that expire June 30th. So the renewal period opens 90 days before a certificate expires. So for educators whose certificates expire on June 30th, the renewal period opened April 1st. As you can see here, as of mid-July, 432 educators submitted renewal requests that have been fully processed. Next slide. So this slide details some common causes for delays and certification rejections. So the vast majority of requests are responded to well within the timeframe communicated to educators in the confirmation email. However, recently there's been one cause for delay in processing some educator certificates. So 2 team members, as Diane mentioned, Diane being one of them, completed an internship with MSDE from January through June to become certified to process APC renewal, so one type of certification. So during this internship, the 2 team members couldn't process certificates without their cases being reviewed and approved by MSDE for accuracy. And the bulk of their internship cases came from the April 1st to June 30 renewal window. In some instances, an educator's submission may be rejected, in which case an email is sent to the educator notifying the specific reason for the rejection and their next steps. So these are detailed in the column to the right. An error in a request, missing or incomplete documentation. Maybe it was submitted prior to 90 days before the certificate expires. That is an MSDE regulation, not a city schools regulation. Or finally, the employee doesn't meet the requirements to renew. So maybe they need 6 renewal credits and they've only provided 3. Next slide. All right, so finally, we wanted to share some next steps. So as I shared in the beginning of the presentation, certification is still a work in progress. We have made a number of improvements and are taking the following steps in an effort to further support educators. So Diane talked a little bit about the certification page. So we are expanding resources on the certification page. We have been working with communications regarding making the information on the website more clear and user-friendly, and expanding the content itself, such as providing videos of how to submit your renewal documents or how to download your cert so that you can actually see the renewal requirements listed there. Secondly, we plan to require all conditional certificate holders to enroll in a certification program beginning this fall. So this is new and this is important. So connecting educators with programs allows them to enroll and begin taking coursework as soon as possible and provides them with a program of study rather than their taking individual courses aligned to their course evaluation. So we are confident that this will decrease anxiety for our conditionally certified teachers and increase the likelihood of success for completing the requirements. Number 3, it was a great step. It is a great step to have 2 employees trained as CAPAs and able to support with some certification processing, but we need more help. We need more capacity. And so therefore we intend to hire another CAP, an employee who is able to process all types of certs. And then finally, we really do need to ensure that all of our newly hired educators create an MSDE portal account so that they are able to access their certificate, download their certificate. As Diane said, on the certificate, renewal requirements are listed. It's incredibly helpful to educators. So we would like to incorporate a short session into New Teacher Summer Institute to address this requirement on the front end for our new teacher cohort. So that concludes the presentation for this evening. We're happy to take questions.
Does any of the commissioners have questions? I see Commissioner Chenya.
I don't have a question, but every time we do this discussion, I always have to just bring up the information that, I think we all need to be reading on the changes that may be coming, that are coming to certification and preparation by way of the new Kerwin legislation. Having just left serving on the Professional Standards and Teacher Education Board, MSDE, I just know It was great to hear what you said, but I think the board, as well as all of our certificated folks, need to really review those new COMAR regulations as they come about, because there are going to be some major changes in terms of certification types, preparation, and renewal. But thank you for tonight's information.
That's exactly right. Commissioner Chinia, we actually did a significant amount of research into the prospective changes that were coming down the pike. And then I feel like things were put on hold for quite some time. And so we would need to revisit where things stand and sort of what changes have been made since we started initially reviewing it. But you're right, major changes to certification coming our way.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't see any hands up. So thank you so much to the Office of Human Capital. Thank you for the presentation. We will now hear our final presentation on the facility naming request at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School.
Great, good evening. As the presentation is being pulled up, I want to introduce myself. My name is Heather Nolan. I am the Director of Knowledge Management in the Office of Achievement and Accountability. And I am co-presenting with an old colleague of mine who is now the principal at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School. Principal I, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, good evening. It's wonderful to sit before you, Board of Commissioners. I am Georgina A., the proud new principal of Mervo. Thank you.
Thanks, Principal A. All right, so we are bringing forward an update to the board of the request from the Mergenthaler Vocational Tech, naming the athletic facilities in honor of a beloved coach of theirs, Coach Freddie Hendricks, who is very well respected, is a public figure within the Mervo community and has served the Mervo community for over 31 years. Informally, the athletic facilities has been recognized as part of the Freddie Hendricks sports complex, such as the example on the slide there, which is the Art Modell Field at the Freddie Hendricks Sports Complex, by the school community for several years now. But now, just to keep in the spirit and in line with the policy FFA, which is our naming and renaming of a school facility, we want to more formally recognize it by the school system and by the board. And so we're beginning the process. The school is beginning the process of gathering stakeholder feedback and other evidence to support this request. I want to emphasize that this is not a request to change the Art Modell Field, which is also named after a very important figure within the Baltimore City community, but it is more so to acknowledge the several sports facilities under Coach Hendricks' name. And those facilities that would fall under the Freddie Hendricks Sports Complex are, again, the Art Modell Field, its tennis courts, the weight training facility, and the track. And so all of these facilities would be, called as their names, and then they would be recognized as being a part of the Freddie Hendricks Sports Complex. And so, as a reminder, policy FFA says that a portion of a school can be named in honor of an individual with distinguished record of service within the Baltimore community. So in reviewing the initial request prior to the school beginning their community engagement process, this request fell within that component of the FFA. And then Principal A will share more information about the great legacy of Mr. Freddie Hendricks.
Yeah, so Coach Hendricks was actually a teacher and a coach. He was able to teach hundreds of students and also train hundreds of athletes who transitioned through Mervo High School and onto both collegiate and Olympic level track and field success. His dedication to our district and our students is notable in his record of success, and he has displayed a distinguished record of service. And as the Mervo High School community would like to uplift that service and acknowledge it. He retired upon 32 years of distinguished service at Mervo. He coached to 2000 Olympic gold medalist Bernard Williams, 2002 U.S. 400 meter hurdle champion James Carter, and also our current mayor. Coach Hendricks is most proud of a record that includes helping 12 Mervo graduates attend college on full rides. And they were able to actually couple their passion for sports with him also emphasizing their education. So using sports as a gateway for students to become educated at the post-secondary level. He coached the Mustang teams to several state championships, 7 when Mervo was part of the Maryland Scholastic Association, and then 3 additional outdoor titles and 1 additional indoor title when they joined the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, and countless regional championships as well. He is referred to as a pioneer, both in track and field throughout the city and also throughout the state. And many of one of the quotes here is from a former alumnus that he's just been around for a while, and he's one of the people that you look to for guidance and structure as you build your sports program.
Thank you, Principal A. And so the next steps in adherence to policy FFA is that the school principal will convene a school renaming committee that includes representatives from the student body, the school family and community council, the broader community, including faculty and staff from the school community. They will hold at least one community forum for the purpose of seeking comments and input from that community on this naming recommendation. They will package all of that information and submit that to the Office of Achievement and Accountability, or AAA, OAA, sorry, for review and processing. And then we will work alongside the school principal to present officially this naming recommendation to the board at the August 24th board meeting. And with that, are there any questions?
Yeah. This is Dr. Bandima speaking. Do you have other recommendations for another name? Was this the only name that came forth?
Yes, this was the name that consistently came forth, and this is the informal name that they had been referring to the facilities for as far back as I could find, at least 10 years. They had been referring to this informally using this name of Mr. Hendricks.
So if you only have one name that has been recommended, you have to form a committee to have a discussion about one name, not a number of names, just that one name. If everyone,
yeah, the intent is that we ensure that the broader school community and the community surrounding Mervo High School has an ability to provide feedback and input onto that recommended name. Now, of course, during that process, another name may come forward, but as part of the presentation that Principal A, I'm sure, will build for that community forum, she will share again the legacy of Coach Hendricks, as well as the kind of history of informally recognizing the multiple facilities under his name as part of a sports complex.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I want to thank you all for your presentation, and I'm looking forward to seeing how your conversations are going to happen in the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We are not going to have our committee reports verbally tonight, but please know for the public, our teaching and learning operations and policy committee meetings can be found on our City Schools YouTube channel. as well as on board docs. So feel free to go to those places to check out those meetings. Our upcoming meetings, Teaching and Learning Committee meeting, it is virtual and will be held on Tuesday, August the 3rd from 3:30 to 5:30. Operations Committee, also virtual, will be held on Tuesday, August 17th from 10:30 a.m. to 12:15. Policy Committee, a virtual meeting, will be held Tuesday, August 17th from 3:30 to 5:30. Our executive session meeting is virtual and will be held Tuesday, August 24th from 3 to 5 p.m. And our next public board meeting will be virtual and will be held on Tuesday, August 24th from 5 to 7 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn? We are at 8:49, so is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Moved by Commissioner McFadden. Was that a second, Commissioner? I am assuming we are all in favor.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
the meeting is adjourned. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Good night,
Good
everyone.
night.
Night.